All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Well, we still don't have, everybody's here, okay. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
I note for the record that the accused are all present in court today. We will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04752. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. I might ask the prosecutor about how much time do you expect yet to go?
I'm aiming to finish either at or before the 11 a.m. break.
Good morning, Mr. Zarabi.
Good morning.
We will continue with your testimony today. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. I also remind you that, as I advised yesterday, you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer, and that if such a question arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not and under what circumstances you might be compelled to answer. So we continue now with the questioning by the Special Prosecutor's Office. Please give them your attention. Madam Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Thank you, and good morning. On the Rambouillet agreement, was there a meeting held to decide whether or not to sign that agreement?
Yes. As we mentioned yesterday, this was one of the meetings we held. This is the meeting held after the return of the delegation from Rambouillet. And after the signing of the agreement in Rambouillet.
Was there a meeting held before the agreement was signed in order to discuss whether or not to sign it?
Po, një takim delegacioni ka qenë në Rambuje.
The delegation was in Rambouillet, then they returned, and this was discussed in the staff, and then they went back to Rambouillet and signed the agreement.
Where was this meeting held, the one that was discussing the agreement?
Takimi është mbajtur
The meeting was held in the Berisha Mountains.
Who attended it?
ka marrë pjesë delegacioni,
The delegation, the general staff, and the zone commanders.
Who led the meeting?
po më kujtohet në atë kohë
I remember that in this meeting, Hashim Thaçi reported on the developments of the negotiations, and then other members of the delegation and members of the staff took the floor.
What was the nature of the discussion?
diskutimi është diskutuar për
The discussion was about the signing of the agreement, the positive and negative impacts. Most of it was positive, meaning what we would gain from the signing of the agreement.
What was your view on whether or not to sign the agreement?
unë kam pas pikpamjen po, duhet të
I was in favor of signing the agreement based also on the situation on the ground. I knew that it was necessary to sign the agreement.
And was there much resistance to the decision to sign after the delegation had explained the matter to everyone present?
jo,
No, later, no.
So I'm going to go back slightly in time to continue with some materials from February and would like to call up P00182, please. And we'll go to page 416. Now, this is a note dated the 12th of February, 1999, and it records you as having refused to sign certain appointment decisions. Do you recall this discussion?
po më kujtohet.
Yes, I do recall it.
Who did you have the discussion with?
Këtë diskutim e kam pas me Recep
I had this discussion with Recep Selimi, during which I refused the replacement of the zone commander of the Pashtulik zone.
And do you know why decisions had been made to make changes in the Pastrik zone?
Pa në atë kohë kërkonte që të bëhet ndryshim.
He was asking for the change of the zone commander at the time. I frequently asked him to explain the reasons why, because if this was based on professional reasons, there were no weaknesses, he was capable, skilled, knew the zone, but based on prior reports, there were indications of lack of cooperation of Commander Drini with some officers within that command, which was not coherent because these gentlemen didn't even know their own tasks. From a professional perspective, and to me, it was unacceptable at this period of time to change the commander and bring in a new commander who didn't know very little of the units and the situation on the ground.
So I'd like to call up, please, P00633. This document is dated that same date, the 12th of February, and it would have appointed Sally Vaselli as the acting commander of the Pastric operational zone. Are these part of the appointments that you refused to sign or accept?
First of all, I've mentioned this before, I've never seen this document before. Secondly, at the time, it was not mentioned at all who the deputy commander of the zone commander would be. Now, regarding the other names, the chief of staff cannot proceed with such appointments when we know that the skilled and trained officers are those who review the proposed names and come up with a decision to appoint a commander, deputy commander, the chief of staff, or brigade commanders. It was not my prerogative as a chief of staff to appoint the brigade commander, zone commanders, or battalion commanders. Battalion commanders and officers within the zones were not to be appointed by the commander or the chief of the general staff. They were appointed by the zone commanders. Now, when we see the list of these names, this document was not presented during that meeting. Not only this one, but no other document, from what I remember, discussing this matter.
So we have a series of other documents from this same date, the 12th of February. There is a signature block with your name, but not your signature. My understanding of your evidence is that you didn't see those actual documents, you just had the discussion or conversation with Recep Salimi about making changes to the Pastric zone, is that correct?
Yes, that's entirely correct.
And the reasons, based on your answer just now, that you didn't agree is, firstly, that you didn't agree with the actual replacements based on professional skills, and secondly, it wasn't your position to make those decisions. Is that correct?
Your Honour, if we could just ask a bit more.
That's correct.
That seemed a bit leading to me. If we could just ask him exactly what he believed the reasons to be in an open fashion, that would be much better.
I'm happy to do that. I was basing it on his prior answer, but I can repeat. So I'm going to ask you just openly to repeat, please, what your reasons were for not signing or agreeing with replacements in the pastric zone or changes.
Scurto, né, da spiego.
Briefly, I explained before, there was one reason. I did not want to change the zone commander for professional reasons, and secondly, it was not my prerogative or competence to replace the zone commander. Very briefly.
Thank you. We'll move now to document 072639, and it's not for broadcast, please. Do you know the soldier being referred to here, Samadin Jachirai?
Po,
Yes.
Do you recognize who this order is signed by?
po.
Yes. This is the stamp of the zone command of the pastric zone, and the signature is of Commander Drini Ekramaraja.
What does this order relate to, and were you consulted on the matter or aware of it at the time?
Po,
Yes. I remember this order very well, and the zone commander consulted with me to appoint a coordinator, Samedin Jizairi, who would go to the Dargash region, Opoi, with the purpose of forming Brigade 127. But also, part of his task was to go in the territory of Brigade 125, because the territory under that would be the territory of 127 was still not under the KLA control. So he initially went to the territory of Brigade 125. Eventually, he did not manage to achieve this and implement this order, which was to set up this new brigade.
Can we go, please, to the next page of the document?
I don't mean to interrupt, but could we resume the practice of dating documents on the record, please?
Yes, so, sorry, can we go back one page till I just read the date? So this is dated the 1st of March 1999. Thank you. Now, this document is dated the 22nd of March 1999. Do you recognize what this is?
po.
Yes. This is a travel permit in the territory of Kosovo, issued to a soldier or an officer to enable them to move from one zone to another. This is issued to Jazair Samidini. It's my signature, and it's a document issued by the General Staff.
And who would have had authority to issue these type of permits?
Po në raste të tilla unë kam
In such cases, I signed them. Persons who would be able to sign were the zone commander, the area of responsibility commander. Now, with respect to soldiers or officers, this would be also signed by the staff. Also, members of the staff, subordinates, officers, or police officers would also be issued such travel permits from the staff.
And can we go to the next page, please? Now, this is dated the 7th of July, 1999. And we can see Tahir Sinani's name in type at the bottom. Was he the zone commander at the time as indicated here?
Yes. Tahir Sinani took over the duties in March 1999, replacing Giurini. And this document is dated in June, 15th of June, as I can read it. 7th of June in its written form.
The brigade commander is indicated as being in charge of implementing this decision. Who was the 125 brigade commander at that time?
At
that time, the brigade commander was Nahad Basha, Brigade 125.
Your Honour, I'd like to tender this document, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection being heard. 072639, all 3 pages.
Yes, please, and it should remain confidential because of markings on the document.
The 3 pages mentioned during testimony will be admitted and it will remain confidential.
Thank you, Your Honor. The full ERN that will be admitted is 072639 to 072641, and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01432 and will remain confidential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we please bring up SPOE 002292225? This document is dated the 27th of March, 1999. I believe you already told us this yesterday, but who is Plaku?
Plaku
is Gjeladin Gashi.
What were his responsibilities?
He was the commander of the logistics base in Albania.
And did each of the areas listed in this note fall under his area of responsibility?
Yes, these locations mentioned here are where the logistics bases were in the northern part of Albania, which were under his responsibility.
And I'd like to tender this document, Your Honour.
Any objection?
Your Honour, I'm objecting to on the basis that this witness is not the maker of the document. He can't authenticate it. He does not say he was present when it was signed.
Objection is overruled. SPOE 002292225 is admitted.
The document and its English translation will be assigned exhibit number P01433. The current classification is confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Witness, in 1999, excuse me, did the KLA have a base or a unit in Grem in Ferazai municipality?
Mendoni në fshatin Greme, po.
You're thinking the village of Greme. Yes, there was a KLA unit.
Which brigade did it fall under?
Ka qenë duket brigadas 100.
I think it fell under Brigade 161. And I know this because in April 99 I went through this area in this village.
Was the commander there?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall the unit commander, but I met with the deputy zone commander and I had Mr. Imri Lazi. I had a conversation with him.
Your Honour, with leave, I'll put the paragraph from Prep Note 2 to the witness, please.
Yes, you may.
So this is paragraph 26. The witness confirmed that in 1999, Imri Alazi established a base or a unit of the 161 Brigade in Grem, Ferazai. The witness knows that someone known as the engineer was based there. He was together with Elazi in Grem when the witness went there. Is that accurate?
Po, aty ka qenë.
Yes, Emre Elazi was there as a deputy commander. The engineer was there indeed as a commander. I don't recall him exactly who he was, but the deputy commander was there and I contacted him and had a discussion with him.
Thank you. In April 99, was there an evacuation of the wounded conducted?
Po.
Yes.
From where to where?
Po, në kohën e prillit kemi.
In April, we had many evacuations in many zones or areas. But in April, I remember it was from Drenica to Pastrik area. It was a fierce offensive, and the wounded were to be taken from the Drenica area to Pastrik area. So I remember that at that time the wounded were transferred from Drenica zone to Pastrik zone.
Did members of the general staff assist in that evacuation?
Po.
Yes, I remember very well. At the time, Kadri Veseli and Recep Selimi were from the general staff when the wounded from Drenica were transferred from Drenica area to Pastrik.
Where was the general staff based in April 99? We had previously discussed November to March.
Në prill shtabi.
In April, part of the general staff was stationed in Divjak, part in Devetak, It's a village in Nerodime area, Devetak.
And was the political wing also based there, or did it have a separate base at the time?
No, in April, as far as I recall,
Say it's vague as to political wing.
Well, overruled. Go ahead.
So you may answer. Thank you. Do you want me to repeat the question?
no, I heard your question. At the time, the provisional government and Hashim Thaçi were already there, and at the time he had already entered the territory of Kosovo from Nerodime area, and I met him in the village of Molopolts.
So where were you when the NATO bombing started, and then can you describe your movements after that?
Në fillimin e bombardimit të NATO-s me 24.
On the 24th of March 1999, when the NATO bombing started, I was at the command that is in the premises of the General Staff in Divjak. After the beginning of the bombing, I left and moved to Nishor, to Pashtrik area, because in this area, with the beginning of NATO airstrikes, the attacks by Serb forces had already begun, and that's why I went to this territory to help out the commander of that zone so that we can improve the defense and help with the withdrawal of the population from the villages that were at the risk of being attacked in that territory. And I stayed there for some time. The fighting there began on the 24th, and I stayed there until the 1st of April.
Në Berishka.
Then I moved to Berisha, where I stayed for several days. We defended Berisha area from the attacks of the Serb forces with parts of Pashtrik zone units. That is part of the brigade number 124 in Budakov and Nerodime areas. We strengthened these axes, and we concentrated also on the defense of the population that was gathered in Nerodim. And after this time, in Nerodime area, in Devetak village, I organized the operations so that I could follow the movement and the attacks of the enemy forces, and also the response of our forces, the defense by our forces.
Now, you mentioned you attended a meeting in Molopolk. Approximately when was that, and who attended the meeting?
Në Monopolës kemi qenë
At Molopolts, I was present at that meeting. I briefed the provisional government about the situation in the territory of Kosovo in all zones. At that meeting, I met with Hashim Thaçi, Rambuja, the commander of the Nerodime zone, Agim Ceku, and as I said, I was attending the meeting and reported on the situation in Kosovo. I also explained the situation in Kosovo. And the next day or 2 days after that meeting, we went out with Hashim Thaçi and visited all the civilians that were sheltering in Nerodime, in the area of Nerodime zone, in the mountains, in the woods. And then I continued on with the organization of the defense of this area. Then after several days, I went back to Berisha. There I met with the general commander to inform him about the situation on the ground. Then I returned to Nerodim area again. I don't remember how many days afterwards because time has passed. We met at Yezerds, and there the handover of duty between me and Agim Ceku took place.
Thank you. I just want to ask, was Operation Arrow discussed at one of these meetings?
Po,
Yes. It was discussed because when we explained about the situation in Kosovo, the air operation was also mentioned. We informed what was going on, and we discussed the air operation. When was it to start? In fact, it had already started during the time of the meeting. On the 9th of April, it had started at Koshare, and discussed other operations that were already planned by the General Staff. At the time, we discussed with Agim Ceku the structures of the operations and operational units and the person who was going to lead at this time. We deemed that Necmettin Castrati would be fit for that position from the Pashrik area, who had experience in leading operational units and officers. So he was supposed to go to Albania and to start the preparations to lead this operation.
Now, just for the clarity of the record, earlier it said the commander of the Nerodimia zone, Agim Ceku, but I assume you meant the commander of the Nerodimia zone, Agim Ceku. So they were both present, two people.
I think I mentioned it. The zone commander, Agim Ceku, is not a zone commander and was not at the time. The zone commander was Shukri Buya.
Now, you mentioned that there was a second meeting at Jezerch. Could you tell me who was present at that meeting, please?
takimi po,
The meeting held in Yezerds was attended by members of the provisional government and members of the general staff. At this meeting, Hashim Thaçi was also present, Kadri Veseli as well, Adem Grabovci, Agim Ceku. As far as I remember, Suleiman Selimi was also present, and some other members whom I don't remember at this time. As I said, the handover of duty took place at that meeting between me and Agim Ceku, and I received my new task to go to the Ministry of Defense to help with the development of this ministry and to lead the operations in Albania, where the units had already been mobilized with people who had come from the Western countries to proceed with the Arrow operation.
Thank you. And you've stated previously, this is P01356, ET page 6049, it's the Sejnovic testimony, that once the provisional government was created, reports about KLA forces were sent to the Ministry of Defence. Is that right?
Po.
Yes, that's right. The moment the government was created, the Ministry of Defense was also established, and the report was supposed to go to the Ministry of Defense. So the General Staff was supposed to report to the Ministry of Defense about the situation on the ground.
Were you involved in drawing up the operational plan for Operation Arrow?
Po.
Yes.
Can you tell me when the plan was developed and what the objective of the operation was?
Po.
Yes. Considering that since January 1999, following the massacre at Rechak, it became clear to us that the Serb forces would not remain quiet, that they would undertake other attacks, and that we would find ourselves in a not a desirable situation. So we started with the preparations of this plan at the Operations Directorate, a plan to open the corridors coming from Albania to Kosovo as supply routes for the population and the army with food, and for the army with weapons. So this plan envisaged these corridors, the strengthening of the units inside Kosovo, and as an ultimate goal, the liberation of the country.
Thank you. And can you briefly describe what the command structure was for Operation Arrow?
Operazioni.
The operation was envisaged to go into three directions: Koshare, Pastrik Mountains, and
Në atë kohë, vetëm 2 drejtimet kanë qenë.
Koretnik. Only two directions were active at that time: Koshare and Koretnik. Commander of the operational direction 1 was in Koshare, the second one in Sahan in Albania, whereas the command for the entire operation was in Kukas. And I was at the head of that command. It was stationed in a private house in Kukas, and from there we coordinated and led the operation in these two operational directions.
And can you please state who was the commander for Operational Direction 1 and Operational Direction 2?
The Brigade 138, Rustem Berisha, was for number 1, where for operational direction 2 was Nejmedin Kastrati.
Thank you. Can we please call up SPOE 00228147? Now, after the Operation Arrow forces entered Kosovo, did the command change? Sorry, it's not connected to the document. I'm just asking a follow-up question.
Yes. This was also planned with the entry of the Operation Arrow forces into Kosovo, and they're merging with the units inside. The command of the operation was going to be dissolved and transformed into the structures. Those who were at the General Staff to go back there, and I was supposed to go back to the Ministry of Defense. Second, also the command of the second operational direction was supposed to be transformed to continue with the General Staff. So these were the changes from the entrance of the operations forces until June.
So the forces would go under the command of the General Staff, is that correct?
Yes, with the entry in Kosovo and joining other forces.
Thank you. So now turning to the document on the screen, do you recognize the stamp at the top?
Yes. It's a stamp of the General Staff.
What do you understand this document to be? And we can turn through the pages slowly just so that you can see the document.
This is the plan for the development of the KLA, and this type of organization could be put in place only after the war. As I see, there are many units listed here that could not be formed during the war. If I did not manage to form those units before the bombing started, they could not be formed either after the beginning of the bombing. So to create such units, you need a lot of time and work. You have to put a lot of work into it. So this organization and this structure was put in place after the liberation.
Is a National Guard mentioned in the structure? Do you know, was that created?
This began sometime, this organization in April, May, but the Guards unit usually consisted of former rapid intervention unit and reconnaissance units, and it was envisaged to become a National Guard, and as far as I know, it was developed after the war, because it could not actually come into existence during the war.
Who was put in charge of developing the National Guard?
As far as I remember at the time, it was Süleyman Selimi.
And do you recognize the signature here on the last page?
Yes, I do.
Can you just state who it is, please?
No, është e Hashim Thaçit.
It's Hashim Thaçi's signature.
The document from the header has a fax date of the 14th of May 1999, and I'd like to tender it, please.
Mr. President, I would ask that it be MFI'd because this is, the prosecution is only submitting an incomplete document, and we believe the first 2 pages are relevant, and we're going to go into it in cross-examination, and it should be one document.
I believe any additional pages can be added to the existing exhibit number.
I understand your request, and I agree with what the prosecutor just indicated. You can certainly add the pages if you can admit them properly. SBOE 00228-147 is admitted. And it may be confidential or public?
It may be public, thank you.
Can be reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, the full ERN is SPOE 00228-147 to SPOE 00228-151, and its English translation will be assigned exhibit number P01434, and it will be reclassified as public. Thank you.
So I'd like to please call up SPOE 00228188. The document is dated the 27th of May 1999. Can we please go to the second page so that the witness can see the signature and stamp? Do you recognize those, and can you indicate what they are, please?
Vola është e shtabit.
The stamp is of the General Staff and the signature is Agim Cekus.
We can go back to the first page, please. So you'd already mentioned that after the PGK was set up, KLA forces reported to the Ministry of Defence. While you were in Albania, what was the extent of the information that you received about forces inside Kosovo?
Unë nuk ka qenë më detyra ime të
It was no longer my duty to receive reports from the staff. What I could still receive from the staff at the time was the positions of the Serbian forces, because I was interested in that. Their reports went to the Minister of Defense as to how and in what way they were sent and processed. That I don't know.
So in paragraph 2 here, we can see reference to the Serbian forces reacting to Operation Arrow, and then further down the page on number 3, you can see a reference to KLA forces involved in Operation Arrow. Is that information accurate from your knowledge? The date was the 27th of May.
Po.
Yes. As an information regarding the movement of Serbian forces, yes, the information is correct.
Regarding the KLA forces in number 3, is that also correct? It mentions Milaj, Gorizub and Plane villages.
Mendoni granatime që janë bërë në këto fshatra?
Are you referring to the shelling on these villages, according to this report?
Sorry, I've moved to number 3 at the bottom of the page where it's describing the KLA forces.
Po, shoh aty, por nuk është kjo.
Yes, I can see that, but this is not accurate because at the time, on the 27th, our forces could not manage to get to Gurojub and Planey, but they did manage to go to Milai.
Thank you. And with that clarification, I would tender the document, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
None. No objection being heard, SPOE 00228188 is admitted and will be reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, the full ERN is SPOE 00228188 to SPOE 00228189, and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01435 and will be reclassified as public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is the court intending to take a break?
Yes. Is this a convenient time?
Yes, we can do it now.
Witness will give you the short 10-minute break at this time. Please do not speak to anyone about this case outside of the courtroom. You may go now with the court usher. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Madam Prosecutor, it would be helpful when you're tendering the document to issue the entire, or to mention the entire range of the ERN that you intend to introduce, just for accuracy in the record. Thank you. You can bring the witness in now. All right, Madam Prosecutor, you may continue.
Thank you. And can we please bring up SPOE 00227562? and it's a one-page document, so that's the entire range.
Thank you.
The date of the document is the 17th of May, 1999. Witness, do you remember the purchase being described, purchase of weapons being described in this document?
I remember in general purchasing arms, including these, and their delivery.
What were these weapons for, and were they obtained?
These arms were needed for the operation. For example, the first one is it's an air defense system, which we needed. The second one, anti-tank missile. Again, needed. Same goes for the third and the fourth. So the second, third, and fourth are anti-tank weapon systems that we needed. The second group is sniper rifles, which were needed in the unit. They were purchased from various countries in the world. They had to then come into Albania, so this document was addressed to the government of Albania. To my knowledge, these weapons entered Albania but did not reach us because the war was over by the time they reached the armament depots.
And Your Honour, I tender that item, please. It can be public.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honour.
SPOE 00227-562 is admitted and is reclassified as public.
Your Honor, the document and its English translation will receive exhibit number P01436 and it will be reclassified as public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, for my next series of questions, I'd like to move into private session, please, because of the classification of the material.
Into private session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you.
Now, I have a small number of nicknames and other miscellaneous matters that I'd like to put to you to finish. Do you know the name Bashkam Fino?
Po,
Yes.
Who is that, and have you met him, and if so, where?
Bashkim Fino,
Bashkim Fino was an officer in 121 Brigade. I met him in the command of 121 Brigade in Berisha Mountains.
Do you know his proper name?
nuk që kemi Nasir.
I think his name is Nasser.
Do you know who Fitura is?
Po e di edhe ai është
Yes, I do. He was also an officer of 121 Brigade, and I met him too in the command of 121 Brigade.
And do you know his proper name?
po,
Yes, I do, but I can't recall it right now. I am a bit mixed up with all these names.
No problem, I only want you to say what you remember. Van Dam,
po, Vandami,
Yes, Van Dam too was a soldier and officer in 121 Brigade Command. In the beginning of June, when the training conducted by Agim Chelai of Rapid Intervention Units, Van Dam took part in that training, and then he was sent to the Brigade 121. I cannot recall his name right now, his real name.
changing slightly, where was the Drenica Zone headquarters during the summer of 1998?
Shtabi zonë
The headquarters of the Drenica zone was initially in Likots, and after the summer offensive, it moved to Obri village, and that's where it remains. So these are the two locations where the headquarters of the Drenica operational zone was based.
And just because I'm not sure whether the interpretation captured the name of the second village properly, could you give the full village name if you know it?
po është gjatë ofensive është
During the fighting, the offensive, the commands moved frequently. This one was initially in Likots, then moved to Baids, and then to Abri. These are the main villages where the command of the Drenica zone was headquartered.
Thank you. Who was Beckham Berisha?
Bekim Berisha,
Bekim Berisha was one of the officers with a lot of combat experience. He had taken part in the Croatian and the war in Croatia and Bosnia. And in Kosovo, initially he was in the Drenica area and carried out trainings and preparations of the Rapid Intervention Unit in Drenica called Adem Yashari. He trained and prepared this unit.
Where was that unit based?
njësiti ka qenë vendosur
The unit was based in Abri.
Which were the brigades based in Reti?
Në Reti janë vendosur
In 1998-99, Brigade 125 was based in Reti, the command of 124 Brigade and the command of 126 Brigade.
Were there Serb attacks shortly before the NATO bombing occurred?
po, me fillim
Yes, with the beginning of the NATO airstrikes, the Serb forces started their attacks immediately. Initially in Pastrik, and from there the attacks moved towards the territories of these brigades that I mentioned, 124, 125, 126, that is towards Reti and the villages within the control of Pastrik operational zone.
Also attacks in Shala shortly before the NATO bombing occurred?
me fillimin e bombardimin
At the beginning of the NATO bombing, attacks began also in the area of Shala and in other areas, including Drenica, Dugacin, and Nerodime.
Did units from other zones go to assist in Shala?
Në fillim kur ka
At the beginning, with the first attacks in Chichavica, yes, they the Drenica units helped out the Shala units to repel the Serbian attacks.
Now, we spoke on Monday about how Azam Sula's role as commander was kept secret. To your knowledge, would Suleiman Salimi have known that Azam Sula was commander at the time that he being Salimi, assumed that post?
nuk e di unë për
That I don't know. I personally found out when I entered Kosovo, when I assumed my duty at the operational directorate. I learned then that Azem Sula was the general commander. As for Suleiman Selimi, I don't know whether he knew or not, but as according to his reaction, I don't think he knew that Azem Sula was a commander, the general commander. I thought, because of the fact that the zone commanders had been placed in their respective zones earlier, that they did know, but it turned out that they didn't.
Thank you. And witness, that concludes my questions for now, so thank you for your attention, and my thanks also to the court officer for the large volume of documents.
Are you ready to begin now, or do you need a few minutes to get set up?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Zarabi. My name is Luka Mishetic. I am counsel for Mr. Thaçi. And I have quite a few questions for you. So I will try to get through them as fast as I can, but most of my questions I've tried to phrase so that you can answer with a yes or no to many of them, and that will help us get through the material as quickly as possible so that we can finish my cross-examination as quickly as possible. If I need you to explain something, I'll ask you to explain your answer, and that will allow you to elaborate longer on a particular issue. Is that acceptable to you?
Mirëmëngjesi.
Good morning. I'm ready to provide you with all the answers about the things that I know.
Mr. Zarabi, let me start with this. You are an experienced military officer. Would you agree?
Po,
I would, yes.
Were an officer in 3 different armies, correct?
po,
Yes.
Went to the higher military academy of the Yugoslav army, correct?
po,
Yes.
With me that to the best of your knowledge, all armies of the world target collaborators. That's why they have, for example, counterintelligence services.
bën të kërconi këtë pyetje pa.
Could you please clarify this question? It's not quite clear to me.
Armies and the systems in which they operate have counterintelligence services, correct?
Po, është e vërtetë.
Yes, that's true.
Duties of a counterintelligence service is to uncover potential collaborators within their own ranks, correct?
Po, shumë e saktë.
Very correct.
Well, would you agree with me that there's nothing wrong in principle with an army looking for collaborators?
Po, është e saktë.
Yes, that's correct.
Agree with me that what would be wrong is to look for collaborators and then abuse their human rights, torture them, beat them, kill them, things of that nature.
Po,
Yes.
Are you ever aware of any agreement, spoken or unspoken, within the general staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army, and in which Mr. Thaçi was involved, to abuse the human rights of either collaborators or people perceived to be opponents of the KLA?
jo.
No, I wasn't.
Aware of any agreement, spoken or unspoken, to unlawfully intimidate people perceived to be opponents of the KLA or collaborators, or to commit violence against them, or to remove them so that the KLA could seize power in Kosovo?
Jo.
No, I wasn't.
Witness, I want to turn to the topic of the definition. Let me start. In the summer of 1998, would it be fair to say that what you saw of the KLA was an unorganized and not centralized organization?
Po,
Yes, it would.
Me that in the summer of 1998, the general staff itself struggled to meet and operate in a unified manner.
po,
Yes.
Itself have a definition of what a collaborator is.
për kufizimet
Well, in what aspect the definition? Please try to be more clear.
Well, I'm going to read to you what your answer was when the SPO asked you that question. And you said, someone who, and this is for reference P01355.5 at page 2, lines 15 to 25. You said, I can only talk about the military perspective. Somebody who is an enemy collaborator and is part of a unit, he would disclose information about the unit, what power, the strength of the unit, how prepared this unit is, and how capable is the unit to act. And this is information for the enemy how to destroy this unit. Is that correct?
Po,
Yes. Correct.
professional definition of a collaborator, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Okay. And then you were asked, could a civilian fall within the definition of collaborator? And you said, and again, this is P01355.5, page 3, lines 7 to 12. And you said, in the control zone, a civilian could also be perceived as a collaborator. And that's one question I'd like you to explain. What do you mean by a civilian in the control zone could be deemed a collaborator, from your professional opinion?
Kur thuhet e këto
Any civilian who collaborates with the enemy, it's the same whether he is within the ranks of the KLA or outside those ranks. Such person would give the enemy information on our movement and is a collaborator with the enemy. It's the same classification as a collaborator, regardless of whether he is member of a unit with uniform or a civilian. If he or she is a civilian, he would observe and surveil our units and report on our movements to the enemy, what activities we undertake, what weapons we have, and so forth. So this person is a collaborator.
Witness, it's time for the scheduled half-hour break for this morning, so you may leave the courtroom now. Please do not speak with anyone about your testimony in the courtroom. We will reconvene at 11:30. We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. The duty counsel is having some difficulty following, like when you refer to a page, because he only has the ERN numbers. So if you would refer to the ERN number and the page and line, then he can find it in the documents that he's been delivered. I realize that's extra burden, but to the best of your ability.
I will, of course, do that if I can ask the panel then to give me a little bit of extra time in case I need it.
You
at
get
the
one
end.
extra minute.
Okay, there you go. You'll see me speed reading then through these. Thank you.
No, I understand that it makes it more difficult, but I want to accommodate him as much as possible too. So. You can bring the witness in now.
Could I just inquire to make it easier? Does he have just a complete set of the SPO interview? Then is it all right if I just say part 1, part 2, and it'd probably make it easier, wouldn't it? Yeah, okay.
Po.
Yes.
Became Chief of the General Staff of the KLA. You issued an order on the 28th of November, 1998, giving instructions on how to deal with collaborators. Is that correct?
Uzim.
Instruction? Sorry, which order?
Well, I'll read again. You gave an instruction because you had received complaints from people like zone commanders about behavior of people on the ground. First, we'll deal with that, correct? Of soldiers. So a disciplinary order, correct?
You're referring to the administrative instruction of November, right?
Po.
Yes.
Consulting with the general commander, correct?
Po, chiar.
Correct.
Commander was Azam Sula.
Po.
Yes.
Had a meeting to follow up on that instruction with the zone commanders and explain that instruction to them, correct?
Jo vetëm për këtë udhëzim,
Not only in relation to this instruction. This was a general meeting addressing other matters, the organization of the army, the staff, needs, requests. The meeting was not held only to deal with this matter.
PO, and this is Exhibit P01355.5, and for the benefit of duty counsel, that's Part 5, page 13, lines 2 to 17. And you're discussing that meeting, and the question is, okay, the zone commanders were not at this meeting. Answer, no, they came later on. Question, they came later to another meeting, and you say yes, in another meeting. There were other meetings with the zone commanders. Question, where you discussed the issue of collaborators. Answer, this was discussed too. Question, may I ask you, did the zone commanders have any questions to you how to do this practically? Answer, I did explain this in practice, how they were to implement this. I explained to them if there was a suspicion, the person can be, and then the interpreter clarifies, and you say the person can then be sent off to the legal sector. Is that what you told the zone commanders in dealing with collaborators?
po.
Yes.
So what you had done, or what you meant, was that a person detained, suspected to be a collaborator, had to go through a legal process and appear before a court, correct?
Po, pare
Correct. Be sent before the legal sector.
The legal sector was set up in November of 1998, correct?
ka filluar ato,
It started at that time and then continued in December, January.
And is it correct that the creation of the legal sector was intended to be part of the process of professionalization of the KLA with your arrival as well?
jo veç me mbritjen time,
Not only with my arrival, because I arrived before the restructuring started, but these were the needs and requests. Before that, we were not able to do these things because of the Serb offensives in the summer '98. In this period of time, starting from November, we started restructuring the KLA as per the needs at the time, including the creation and development of this sector.
To all of that with you in terms of what happened in the summer and what you encountered that would have prevented you from creating a legal sector. But is it fair to say that it was your understanding that it was for the legal sector which was in charge of overseeing the process of investigating collaborators and to provide a assessment of who amounted to a collaborator?
Po.
Yes.
Sector had the authority to issue arrest warrants,
Po.
Yes.
implemented by the military, police, and if need be, by special units, correct?
Po nga policia ushtarake.
Correct. By the military police.
To the legal sector as overseeing the process of assessing who is a collaborator, you're referring specifically to Sokol de Bruna and his military court formation?
Po.
Yes.
Testimony that Sokol de Bruna reported directly to the general commander, Azam Sula.
Po, komandant.
Yes. To the commander.
Salimi became the general commander. Did Sokol de Bruna report to Suleiman Salimi?
Me regull po.
Based on the rules, he should have.
On what actually happened, if you know, who was Sokol de Bruna reporting to after Suleiman Salimi became the general commander?
Nuk e di.
I don't know exactly. When Suleiman Salimi became a commander, the Serb offensive started. We were under shelling. I don't know to what extent was he able to report at the time, but he, based on the rules, would have had to report to him.
Which offensive are you referring to?
Pas bombardimit.
After the start of the bombing on the 24th of March.
So between, let's say, the 12th of February and the 24th of March, who Sokol de Bruna was reporting to?
Me regull dashti raportonte komandant.
He, based on the rules, had to report to the general commander, Suleiman Salimi.
But in actual practice, do you know? Do you have any information about who in reality he was reporting to?
Jo.
No.
Witness, the rest of my cross-examination is going to be now assessing the factual basis of some of the things you've said on the first questions that I've asked, including your denial of knowledge of any spoken or unspoken plan to abuse people suspected of being collaborators or opponents of the KLA. So we're going to go through now the facts of from the moment you entered Kosovo until the end of the war. So it'll take some detail. But the first question I had is for you again as a military officer. And if we could please put on the screen Exhibit P628, please. Witness, we'll wait for the Albanian to come on. Witness, I'm not interested in the substance of this order, but in the form. So the first question is if we could go to the last page, please, for a signature, or the bottom, yes. For an order to be effective in the KLA, and you as a professional officer, I'm asking you now about how an effective order would have been created in the KLA. Is a signature required?
Po.
Yes.
Orders, not oral orders, obviously. Was the stamp required in order for the order to be effective?
për të hyrë në fuqi një
For an order to come into force, a written ordinance needs to have the signature, the stamp, and the protocol number.
If it doesn't have those things, is it an effective order? If it's missing one of those components?
në qoftë se nuk ka nënshkrim edhe votë.
If there is no signature or stamp, it cannot come into effect because the administrative steps have not been completed for that order to come into effect.
Prosecutor this morning an order that had been prepared on the 12th of February to replace Commander Drini. Do you recall that discussion?
Po,
Yes,
and therefore was ineffective, and in effect, and in reality, you never signed it because you didn't agree with it, correct?
sakt.
correct.
An order that is unsigned was actually effective, we'd have to speak to the person who is purported to have issued the order. Do you agree, to see whether he ever actually signed it? I know it's confusing, but there may be various versions of an order. We may have an unsigned copy. There may have been a signed copy later that we don't have a copy of. You can't really know unless you speak to the person or have some other evidence that it was signed and effective, correct?
Po, qartë.
Correct.
Please. The opening paragraph, pursuant to, why do you identify the basis upon which, or the legal basis upon which you're issuing an order?
Këtë urdhëresë që është shkruar, po.
In, this is the legal basis of the Chief of Staff prerogatives about the reporting of the zone commanders, how they have to report and where. This is the prerogative of the Chief of Staff. It is based on the regulation of the General Staff and not only in relation to a particular army like our army, but any other army.
Is it correct that, for example, when you were trained to be an officer, you were trained to invoke the basis upon which you're issuing an order, the legal basis? So, for example, if the commander ordered you to do something with your units, you would invoke that commander's order in your written order and then submit it to your subordinates, correct?
Po.
Correct. And this is based on the regulation of the General Staff.
I'd like to change topics and start now chronologically, going from your entry into Kosovo. And you had to wait approximately 2 months in Albania before you entered Kosovo, correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
While you were there, you were helping the KLA with logistics, correct?
Në sektorin logjistikës,
I assisted in the logistics sector with the inspection of weapons, the technical inspection.
Providing some training too to people who would be KLA soldiers, correct?
po, po.
Correct.
Now, you were waiting for 2 months because, as you understand it, you were undergoing a background check. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
PO that you don't believe that the background check had anything to do with checking your prior political positions, correct?
Pozitat mia politikës kam pa.
I did not have any prior political positions in this sense.
Vedikimi ka qenë
The background check was about my military service in the Yugoslav army and my place of residence prior to this time.
See your party, if you had a party affiliation.
unë para se të kyshnin
Before joining the Kosovo Liberation Army, I was not associated with any political party.
Also in a group with other former Yugoslav army officers, is that correct? Waiting to enter Kosovo?
në atë kohë kemi qenë
At the time, there was a group of former officers of the popular Yugoslav army where we worked, and then we lived abroad in the West, and we were waiting for these verifications to be conducted and then to enter and join the Kosovo Liberation Army.
That would be former Yugoslav army officers waiting with you were Agim Celaj, correct?
një ndër ta.
One of them.
Po,
Yes.
po,
Yes.
po.
Yes. Yes.
That I've left out?
Në që ka pasur pastaj kon Shaban Draga,
Shaban Draga, Naim Maloko, and others.
As far as you know, the people who you recognized as being in the central staff at the time did not have a particular problem with people who had been officers in the Yugoslav army.
po pikërisht është ashtu.
Correct. Not only from the staff here, but also abroad because I had contacts with members of the staff before where we discussed how to proceed with a view of entering the country.
Were Femi Ledrovci and Jamal Fetahu, is that correct?
Po pikërisht. Po.
Correct.
Them to be in the KLA?
Po, se
Yes. They themselves told us that they were members of the staff in the KLA. We had lengthy discussions and made preparations to enter Kosovo.
Would it be fair to say not only were they not opposed to people with a Yugoslav military background, but they were looking for professionals such as yourself and these others that I've identified to go into Kosovo and help them? Is that correct?
po.
Correct.
You've said that you were ultimately given the green light to enter Kosovo by Azam Sula, correct?
Po.
Correct.
Saw you off before you entered Kosovo at the end of May in 1998, correct?
Po, në ka takuar.
Yes. He met us in May, in the beginning of May. We met, including with other members of the staff, and we discussed this, and at the end of May, we entered Kosovo.
As you entered Kosovo at the end of May, you were not aware that Azam Sula was the overall commander of the KLA at that time, correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
You were introduced to Hashim Thaçi when entering Kosovo in May of 1998. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
You've just mentioned that you had this meeting with Azam Sula in Albania. Was Mr. Thaçi present at that meeting?
Jo.
No.
contact with Mr. Thaçi was on or about the day that you were entering Kosovo. That's when you were introduced to him, as far as you can recollect?
Po, hera e parë ka qenë
Yes, the first time was in May 98.
Okay, you told the SPO, and I'm just asking if this refreshes your recollection, that you may have, together with Agim Celaj, previously met him at Hotel Tirana in Albania in April 1998. Is that correct, or?
po, mund
Yes, it might be correct. Correct.
And you entered Kosovo together with Agim Celaj, Hashim Thaçi, correct?
po,
Correct.
po,
Yes.
po.
Yes.
SPO, you did not receive instructions from Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Veseli, or Mr. Grabovci of what was expected of you once you entered Kosovo. Is that correct?
Po, pikri.
Correct.
I'm now referring to a witness statement you gave to the ICTY, and this is for the benefit of the parties. And I don't know if duty counsel has this, but it's U0160791, U0160817 at paragraph 26. Is it correct that, in fact, it was you who was leading Mr. Thaçi, Mr. Veseli, and Mr. Grabovci into Kosovo because you were a professional?
Po, kolone ka.
Correct. I led the column to Kosovo.
Now, at this time, I'm asking you now about what you understood to be Mr. Thaçi's role in the central staff, or later the general staff, and you told the SPO that Mr. Thaçi's role was that he was covering Media and Public Relations Directorate in June of 1998. Is that correct?
Po,
Correct.
He became the political representative of the KLA. And my question to you is, to the best of your recollection, how long was Mr. Thaçi leading the Media and Public Relations Directorate, and when did he switch over to being the political representative?
po, rolin e drejtorit
His position as director for media and communication was held by him until November 98. And the need became present to start talks with international partners in Serbia. And we needed a separate part, the political part, as a result of which the political directorate was formed. And it started its work, I think, sometime in December. Mr. Thaçi was appointed to this position because of his prior experience with the public and the media, and knew also the international aspects. So he was assigned to this task, which he carried out until Rambouillet, when he was then appointed Prime Minister of the Provisional Government resulting from the Rambouillet negotiations.
Let me start with your arch, or your trajectory in the Kosovo Liberation Army. When you entered Kosovo, you did not have an assigned position or role in the KLA, correct?
sakt.
Correct.
When you joined the KLA, you did not know most of the people then in the central staff, correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
And you've testified previously, and for the record, this is IT 0484, T3154-T3255 at page 3203. You've testified previously that when you entered, it was only when you entered Kosovo and got to Likovts that you and Agim Celaj were given your assignments. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct. This is when I received the task as an officer for development and training within the operational directorate.
In that same testimony that I've just cited, and this is in the Haradinaj trial in 2007, you said you were given the duties of an officer in the operational department of the general staff responsible for the development of the KLA. Is that accurate?
Po sakt.
Yes, that's accurate.
Precise here. Did you consider yourself to be a staff officer?
Nuk konsiderojsha veten që jam
I consider myself as an officer of the operational directorate of the General Staff.
In June of 1998, believe you had the authority to issue orders yourself directly to local staffs, for example? Or were you a staff officer assisting others?
Jo, në atë kohë isha duke asist.
No, at the time I was assisting others and I did not have the right to issue orders, nor the prerogative to do so.
Do you believe at the time, and we're talking about June, July, August, actually June, July for now, before you become the head of the Directorate of Operations, did you believe in June or July, for example, you could issue an order to two local staffs and say, I order you to be joined into one staff?
Jo.
No, it did not function with orders at the time. It was based on an agreement with all the units operating in those territories. I would go there to unify them, and then I would report to the operations directorate on the outcome. So my objective was to organize them from the professional point of view, how to function as a unit.
But when you would go there, would you speak with the authority of a commander, or were you trying to mediate between two or more groups?
Ja, nuk kam qenë me autoritetin e komandant.
I did not have the authority of a commander, but I had the authority of an officer with the objective to help them, assist them, and reorganize them, acting upon the instructions from the operations directorate.
Thank you, witness. So is it, based on this, your answers now, when you visited places in June of 1998, like Drenac or the Dukagin Plain or Suhareka, you were giving them advice on how to make themselves more professional?
Po, pikërisht.
Yes, precisely.
And then you've testified again, and you did again on questioning by the prosecutor, that it wasn't until mid-July 1998 that you became the director of the operational department in the general staff, correct?
Po sakt.
Yes, correct.
Haradinaj trial in 2007, and this is at transcript page 3277 to 78 of that trial, you testified that in the period of the summer of 1998, only the Dukagin and Drenica zones existed, and the Lap, Pastrik, Karadak zones formed later and didn't function as proper zones. Is that accurate, or do you wish to change that?
shumë mirë qartë e kam thënë.
I testified very clearly during that testimony. The Dugagini zone was more active. When I say more active, I mean in terms of combat. The other zones, they did exist. The commands were there, put in place, but these zones were not well organized and they were not very active in terms of combat.
To clarify, when you say they were not well organized, I'm asking now you as a professional, if you could tell the panel what you mean by they were not well organized. What was missing to make it an organized zone?
Po kur folim për
Well, speaking about June, July, and not being well organized, this is due to the fact that there were different groups in these territories. There were such groups in Drenica and Dugagini areas as well, but the organization there functioned better because the units were closer to each other and functioned better together, whereas in the other zones, let's say Pastrik as example, you had Plumbi, Lisi, Lumi, all these units, and they were not connected into one command. And that's why at the end of June, the commander of the Pastrik zone was created. Maybe there was a command before that, but I'm not aware of that. So these units operated depending on the needs and the situation on the ground. So this is why they were not well organized. These units lacked cooperation among them. So discussions with them were needed so that they can get closer and develop cooperation. So in the Pastrik zone, the command was created in July and August in Nerodime. The command was created, and then in Shala, there were some groups active there, and later on they were organized into command. And in September, the other zone was organized into a proper zone. That's why I'm saying not well organized, since you did not have the structures of a command for these areas to be properly active in a military point of view.
And to be fair to you, you did say that in your testimony in the Limai trial, pretty much word for word what you just said. And for the benefit of the parties, that is transcript page 6823 to 25 of the 2005 testimony in Limai. With regard to Pastrik in the Limai trial, you said, and I'll read it to you, I came across many self-organized units and units that were not unified in the command. This zone was not active at the time. In June, the preparations for the zone began, and of course, in June and July, we couldn't reach the highest level of organization of this zone. As I said, there were many Serb offensives in June and July. The restructuring, however, continued to the next months, but it did not reach the desirable level, as was the case with the other zones as well. And that's at page 6825 of the 2005 Limai testimony. Does that accurately describe the situation?
po sakt.
Yes, correct.
Could please put on this, put on the screen exhibit P01346 ET, please. Now, witness, do you recognize the map here?
Jo.
No.
I don't mean the markings on the map. Just can you locate Rahovec in the upper middle part of the map?
Mundeshov.
Yes, I can see Rahovec.
And I don't know if you can read the numbers, but this purports to show the location of the KLA brigades by number. For example, right in the middle you see Brigade 1, 2, 3, and it purports to define the zones of the brigades. Do you see that?
Bopeshov.
Yes, I see that.
These brigades exist in these defined zones in July of 1998.
Korrekt, no.
In July 1998, they started to be created. They were in the process of formation. However, brigades as such, they started to become organized in late July, beginning of August. As for the seats of these units, yes, Brigade 123 was in Berisha Mountains, 122 is in Malishev, and then 123 in Suharek, and 125, I can see battalion, 1st Battalion, 2nd Battalion, but I don't know. Yes, these are under the responsibility of 123 Brigade. So more or less, they were groups of units, and 124 belong to the local staff of Rahovec, which was created later on at the end of July and beginning of August, as far as I remember. But the zones of responsibility were divided and delineated by the zone commanders.
Let me be more specific. Did these brigades exist in these zones before and during the events in Rahovec around July 17?
Përpara jo.
Not before, but the units, their respective units existed. But following the Rahovec event, they did.
I'm not sure of your answer. Maybe it's a translation issue, witness. What you've said is not before, but the units, their respective units existed. Can you clarify? Did the brigades exist as brigades 121, 122, 123 before and during the events of Rahovec?
I stated it clearly. The brigades were created after Rahovec events. Before the Rahovec events, there were no brigades, there were units.
And I'm just going to read your testimony in Limai, and this is the 2005 testimony at page 6831. You said brigades began to be formed in August 1998, and this process continued in September, October, and November. There were efforts to develop these brigades. They reached a medium level. However, taking into consideration all the fighting that was going on in August and September, and then in March, the units did not reach a full military organization of the brigade. Is that accurate?
Yes, entirely accurate.
If we could please put on the screen Exhibit 1D00164, please. Witness, you were shown this document by the prosecutor in direct examination, and do you recall what it is?
På
Yes.
Line 8 in the original, if we could blow that up for the witness to see, and I just ask you to confirm whether or not that is your signature.
plötsligt firmaelmääristä.
Yes, it is my signature. Under number 7.
Recall signing a document such as this at this meeting?
På
Yes.
The meeting was held on the 26th, or purports that the meeting was held on the 26th of June, 1998 in Studenčan. Does that accurately reflect your recollection of when and where the meeting took place?
På plötsligt.
Yes. Fully.
That the decision that was reached to merge the two units was reached by the Chiliku 50 and Lisi units themselves. Is that correct?
På har det sagt att du
Yes, these two units met. I was present during that meeting, and at this meeting, I and Gafur El-Shani took part in this meeting to assist these units to come closer to each other and to create the local staff.
Okay, and the document does reflect what you just said in the last sentence, that you were just present at the meeting, correct?
på
Yes.
Come to this meeting and order the unification of those two units from any authority of the general staff.
ja, nu kan
No, there was no such order to unify these units. From the operations directorate, I went there to identify the problems, and the talks began for these two units to be brought together and create the local staff, and then later I help them from the structural and organizational point of view how to create a command. There was no strict order to create a joint unit, but the unification occurred in line with the needs and the talks that were held.
And now let's turn to the Ducagene zone around the same time. So if we could please put on the screen P01364, please. Witness, this is a meeting of the 23rd of June, and it's the minutes of the working meeting of the Glojan Valley staff, Dushkaya, Baran Valley, Lushan Valley, and Drin Valley staffs. Do you see that?
på
Yes?
ja,
No?
And see if this, what's happening at this meeting is consistent with your understanding of the state of the KLA in the Ducagene zone at the end of June. And it's a meeting of the local staffs that resulted in the creation of the Ducagene Valley Zone Command. Now, first let me ask you, you would know this question. It wasn't the general staff that created the Ducagene Valley Zone through an order, correct?
Po sakt si mbasaj.
Yes, correct, according to this.
So if we go to, and there's a discussion amongst all of these groups, and if you could just explain, Dukajin Valley, the Glojan Valley, Dushkaya, Baran Valley, Lushan Valley, Drin Valley staffs, this is basically self-organized KLA units in various parts of Dukajin, correct?
Po.
Yes,
See if they can come to an agreement to create a command that would command all of them and coordinate all of their activities, correct?
Po sakt kjo.
correct. It's almost identical to the activities in Suharega to unify those units into a local staff.
And if we go to numbered page 5 of this document, which is page 2, it reports, if we go to page 2 in the English as well, it quotes the major, who I believe is Sali Vaseli, proposing a unification of all the local staffs of the Dukajin zone under one command. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes,
In the bold type, it notes the formation of the operational staff of the plain of Dukajin was agreed and proclaimed unanimously. And then it continues in the next bullet point. It was unanimously approved that the staff should comprise a commander, a deputy commander, an assistant for morale guidance and political affairs, a chief of staff, an assistant for logistics, for intelligence and counterintelligence. Now, is it correct that the Dukajin Valley here is being created by a vote of the local KLA units?
Po, sipas ti
according to this process described, yes.
And if we go to page 4 of the document, page 3 in the Albanian still, I believe. The person identified as Smile, which is, I believe, Ramush Haradinaj, says, the central staff has not been giving us the instructions we require. It has been absent. Do you know why? Do you have any reason or understanding of why Ramush might have said that he felt the central staff had been absent up until that point in the Dukajin Valley?
Jo, nuk e di.
No, I don't know that.
And then it goes on that there is a vote to determine whether Smile, Ramush Haradinaj, or Majup, who I believe is Lahi Brahimaj, should be zone commander, and Smile is elected by a majority vote of the local staffs, correct?
Sakt sipas
Correct, according to these minutes.
So zone commanders, in this case, the zone commander is being elected from, if I can use the term, from below and not appointed from above. Would you agree?
sipas ti procesit.
According to the minutes, yes.
Well, do you have any reason to think that Ramush Haradinaj was appointed to his position by some order from above him? Do you have any reason to dispute what's in these minutes?
Jo,
No, I didn't say that now or before. When I arrived there, I found those commanders there. I don't know how they came and were assigned to those to their positions.
It goes on to note, if we can scroll down, please. Following this, the Chief of Staff, the Major, provided a professional explanation of the duties of the Commander, Deputy Commander, Chief of Staff, and Deputy Chief of Staff. So if we stop there, it would appear that somebody needed to explain to these people what these functions actually mean. Correct?
Posakt.
Yes, correct.
10 persons with various types of military responsibilities in Duqajin were also appointed to the operational staff of the plane of Duqajin. So again, even the staff is being selected by the local self-organized KLA units. Correct?
Po.
Yes. According to the minutes.
I'd like to just show you a different version of these minutes, which is more detailed than what's listed here. And let me just ask you, Sali Vaseli, the major, he's also a former JNA officer, correct?
Po.
Yes.
You all, as the JNA officers, were coming into a situation explaining to people basic things like what a commander's duties are, right?
Po.
Yes.
Screen KSC BC 2020-06, IT 0484, P00141.E.
Council, can you please repeat just the last number starting with P?
Yes, P00141.E. And these notes actually provide more detail of who said what at this meeting. And so, Sali Vaseli, again, the former JNA officer, on page 2, page 1 in Albanian, if we could also have the Albanian on the screen, please. And it says on page 2, Sali Vaseli says, we must move to an operational army. And then if we go to page 2 in Albanian, page 3 in the English, again, it's Sali Vaseli who's saying, I am in favor of forming an operational staff for the Duqajin area. And Rustem Tetay is recorded as saying, in my opinion, there is little consolidation of forces. In order to proceed, we need coordination, a single command. So is it correct that through June, there was little consolidation of forces in Duqajin?
Po. Jo vetëm në
Yes, not only in Duqajin, but the entire territory of Kosovo, in all the zones, there were reorganization going on. But as far as this is concerned, yes.
Question, so thank you for explaining what was happening throughout Kosovo at the time. And Rustem Tetay was also a former JNA officer, correct?
po, si pish.
Yes, from the names that I see here, Rustem Tetay, Sali Veseli, and Shemseddin, they were all former GNA officers.
And if we in Albanian, page 4, sorry, in English, The very last page in English. If we could scroll to the bottom. There seems to be, it's there in the Albanian and not in the English, so if we could just have a second. Perhaps if I can just read it out to save some time, if there's no objection. Okay. Witness, what the document records, and I believe you have it in Albanian in front of you, is that Sali Veseli, the professional soldier, is asked by Ramush Haradinaj to explain the duties of a commander, a deputy commander, and a chief of staff. Is that correct?
Nuk di e ka ndodhur kështu, po
I don't know if that happened, but that's the question.
Is that reflected in the document?
po.
Yes.
The document is accurate. It was Ramush Haradinaj himself who was asking basic questions like what are the duties of a commander and his staff. Correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
The evidence. And it's page 7 for the record in the English translation.
Just page 7.
No, the whole document.
Any objection? KSC-BC-2020-06 IT0484 P00141E is admitted. Is this to be confidential or
It can
public?
be public.
Be reclassified as public.
Your Honor, the document and its English translation will receive exhibit number 1D00165, and it will be reclassified as confidential. Thank you.
I believe it should be reclassified as public.
Apologies, it will be reclassified as public.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Witness, what we've just gone through in Suharek and Dukajin, would you agree that this demonstrates how zone commanders throughout the KLA derive their authority from local KLA units and not from any appointments by the general staff? Would that be fair?
Komandantet e zonës
At the time, the zone commanders derived this from their internal units. When I arrived, I found this in place based on the minutes, and as it is recorded, this came from bottom up, from the lower units to them.
To show you your witness statement to the ICTY in 2005. And if we could please put on the screen SPOE 00183317 to 00183342 at paragraph 14, please. Now, Mr. Zarapi, I'm going to read this to you because it relates to what we've just gone through. The paragraph reads, "The members of the KLA General Staff were not all stationed in the same place, but many of its members were based in Albania. At the time, in order to carry out important combat operations, the forces on the ground, in theory, had to obtain the approval of the General Staff. However, in practice, this was not happening. Until late 1998, it is an obvious fact that more power laid in the hands of the zone commanders than in the hands of the General Staff. Do you still stand by that assessment?
Plotësisht po.
Entirely, yes.
Is the fact that the zone commanders had more power in their hands than the General Staff related to the fact that they had their own local power bases from which they had obtained their positions as zone commanders?
Po.
Yes.
Factors that you based that assessment on, the fact that the zone commanders had more power through late 1998 than the General Staff. What else, if anything?
Kam bazuar në ato në
I base this on the fact that this authority came from their units inside their zone. They had the authority there, but this was also based and supported by the population. The central staff at the time existed, but it was not known who its members were. Very few commanders knew who the members of the central staff were. And these did not have an authority in front of the public opinion. They were not known, or they could not exert a higher authority. Therefore, the zone commanders had full authority and more powerful than the general staff. During my visits in these zones, during my work in '98, this was also visible.
Now, in the first Haradinaj trial in 2007, and this is at IT 0484 T3154-T3255 at pages 3206 to 07, you said, and I'll quote, in your visits, sorry, not a quote, that in your visits to the territories from Mitrovica to Klina, quote, there was a command at the village level or neighborhood level, but there was no command structure. There was no proper military command structure with a proper ranking, and so on. There were groups that were not coordinated with each other, and that's why I went there to give advice and expertise how to coordinate. Is that correct?
po.
Yes, correct.
And you went on in the 2011 Haradinaj trial, and this is at IT 0484 bis, T675 to T771 at page 697. He went on to say that while you cannot say that there was no general staff in existence in June 1998, you did say that there was no proper coordination between the staff and operational zones. Is that accurate?
Po.
Yes.
Lacking in the coordination, and why wasn't there proper coordination between the general staff and the zones?
Të mungonte aspekti ushtarak.
The military aspect was lacking. We explained this, and it can be seen in the reports, that there were multiple self-organized units, and it needed time to unify them. We managed to unify and create a military system in which orders would come top-down, and that the reporting would go from the zones to the staff. So this was done at a later stage. It was not present at that time. Some zone commanders would perhaps know a member of the staff, but there was no coordination in terms of authority in the zone. Another reason was also the fact that the parts of the territory were disconnected, they were not totally under control, and the organization from a military point of view was not proper to establish that this is the context I made this assessment.
Let's talk about the membership in the general staff or the central staff in the summer of 1998. It's a fact that many of the members of the general staff, including the overall commander, were in Albania, correct?
Po fakt.
Correct.
Correct?
Po qartë.
Correct. Correct.
So how many members of the general staff, as far as you know, were in Kosovo at the time?
Po në atë kohë,
At the time, June, July, the members of the staff were Hashim Thaçi, Kadir Veseli, Recep Selimi, Sokol Bashota, Jakub Krasniqi, as a spokesperson. These are the people I knew. There were no others inside the country. Adem Garbolsi would be in and out.
You had also said previously that Hashim Thaçi would also go in and out. Is that correct?
pikërisht po,
Precisely. You asked me about members who were inside the country and whom I knew. Now, I mentioned the names, but their movements were frequent, in particular those of Hashim Thaçi and Kadir Veseli, who went abroad frequently. The others remained inside the country most of the time.
Staff in the summer of 1998.
Vështirë kanë qenë.
It was difficult to hold regular meetings. I'm speaking from the time when I received my duties as the operational director at Directorate. Attacks started throughout the territory of Kosovo. We dealt with these operational matters, so we would meet, we would have ad hoc meetings, not with all the members of the staff, but this was not frequent, rather rare. We changed venues very frequently, depending on the needs, operations, and combat situations. We would move from one zone to another.
Let me show you again something something that has been shown in this trial and ask you to comment on it. And you mentioned it in your testimony as well in the Limai trial. If we could, actually let me first lay the foundation. You said in the Limai trial in 2005 at transcript page 6827 that you participated with Agim Chelai in making propaganda videos in the summer of 1998 to make the KLA look more professional than it really was. Is that correct?
Po, është saktë.
Yes, it's correct. And I mentioned this yesterday and the day before yesterday to the questions of the prosecutor that I was in the area of Brigade 121 and the pass of Dula, where I helped, assisted on how to line up soldiers, how to report, how soldiers should line up.
Video and ask you to comment on it afterwards. It's P01278. I'm not sure if it has audio. Does it have audio? And for the record, the transcript of this is at 061427-27-TR-ET. And if we could play the video for the witness. I guess that there's no audio in Albanian.
I am a senior military officer trained in military schools, but I also have the experience of previous wars. We as senior members of Kosovo Liberation Army are working with all the bodies of Kosovo Liberation Army to train the officers and soldiers of Kosovo Liberation Army. During our training of the soldiers and officers, we are very much impressed by the ability and the speed at which the soldiers and officers of the Kosovo Liberation Army who are trained and become so quickly prepared to meet the needs of the KLA and the needs related to the battles and fighting waged on the territory of Kosovo. We, the senior military officers, are obliged to our fatherland to carry out our obligation for training the entire military personnel of KLA.
Now, witness, can you identify the person in the video?
Po,
Yes, I am the person in the video.
Video?
po, plotësisht.
Yes,
It was shot?
Është incizuar në që
this was recorded in June 98 in the village of Luzhnic in the territory of the Berisha Mountains, in the area of responsibility of Brigade 121 later on.
Reflect your accurate assessment of the KLA's organization at the time, or was it a propaganda video as you referenced in the Limai trial?
po, është e vërtetë se kjo është
It is true that this was shot at a time where units were not organized or unified or well organized. It's a part of propaganda which at the time was meant to say, to indicate that we're going in this direction, but it was not in fact as organized as shown in this interview that I gave.
For a few minutes before lunch. You testified in many cases that when you entered Kosovo in late May 1998, you were stationed in Dranac for a few days. Is that correct?
po,
Correct.
There for 3 days?
po,
Yes.
Or could it have been longer?
mund të qenë edhe pak më gjatë.
It might have been a bit longer.
Now, you say the reason you stopped specifically in Dranac was its location near the border. Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
Your stay in Drenac on those days, you trained officers of the Drenac staff. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
Of the local staff for Drenac at the time?
Po ashtu është.
Correct.
They asked you for training, and this is what you told the SPO, is that you were a former officer and as such would be best placed to train them. And this is at P01355 Part 1, page 28. Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
Is it correct that the local staff in Drenac was also interested in adding former JNA officers to their staff?
Po.
Correct.
In part 1 of your interview at page 30, that it was personally a member of the local staff in Drenac named Mensur Ziberai who requested that 2 of your group of former officers stay with them in Drenac. Is that correct?
Po. Nuk është.
Correct. Not only Zumberi asked this, but it was asked also by Germani, the commander of the local staff. So, upon their request, 2 officers remained there, Mahir Hassani and Naim Gashi.
And is it correct that Mahir Hassani and Binat Gashi also expressed their own wish to stay in Drenac?
Po.
Yes, correct.
Now, while you were in Drenac, you told the SPO in part 1 of your SPO interview at page 26 that you stayed, but Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Vaseli went to Deccan. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
So I may have mixed that up. You stayed in Deccan first and then went to Drenac. Is that correct? Let me rephrase. Hashim and Kadri went to Deccan and you were in Drenac and you waited for them to return. Is that correct?
Me fillim kur kemi mbri.
When we first arrived in Drenac, we went together. From there, he went to the Dukagini area in Deccan because there was fighting ongoing there to assess the situation. We stayed in Drenac and waited for him to return.
And then once they returned, you told the SPO, we then moved to Drenac Likach. Is that correct?
Pastaj vazh.
Then we continued on to Likots.
If you entered Kosovo on the 29th of May and stayed for 3 or 4 days, it would have been around the 1st or 2nd of June that you all then went on to Drenac Likach, correct?
Sigurisht po.
Most probably, yes. I can't recall the exact date.
Asking now what you found in Drenac when you got there. You said to the SPO that you noticed that the staff was localized and did not cooperate much beyond surrounding villages. Is that correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
Situation in Drenac is basically similar to what was in Dukagin, where you had locally organized KLA villages or groups that weren't having a lot of coordination with each other?
Po.
Correct. Yes.
And that would, is it correct, therefore, that the commanders of these local groups were also appointed by people within the villages or local areas themselves? Is that correct?
They had already been appointed by these groups, neighborhood units or groups.
An incident in June of 1998 where you had to mediate a dispute between Smile Latifi and Jem Gashi of the Drenat staff because Smile Latifi refused to work with the Drenat staff.
Po.
Yes. Yes.
How was it resolved?
As we mentioned before, there were problems between these units because they were disparate local units. So some of them did not agree to come under the command of a person in specific or to unify the unit with other units. So these were the problems at the time. And I remember that this one of those cases between Ismail Latifi and Jem Gashi. Therefore, I went there for talks several times, and we had discussions to bring these units closer. So after several conversations with Ismail and Jem, or known as Commander Germani, they came closer and unified.
Your SPO interview at page 32, that while you were in Drenats, there was no such thing such as military police or really military structures. I didn't see any military police. I didn't see any insignia. I wasn't introduced to anybody from the military police. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct. At this time, when we arrived, there was none. I did not see any military police. I did not see any signs of any military police.
Said to the SPO in part 1 at page 32, describing the situation on the ground, you said these local groups were uncoordinated, not connected to each other. They had no contact with each other. Everybody was calling themselves a commander and believed to be above everybody else. Is that accurately describe what you found in Kosovo as you entered in June 1998?
Po, pikrish kjo.
Yes, this describes the entire situation, not only in this territory, but in many others.
On page 33 of your SPO interview, Drenats was not connected to the staff, meaning the general staff. The command, on the other hand, that was just there, this was a transit line between Albania and Kosovo, and from Kosovo to Albania. And I'll skip, and then you said, at the time, these units were not directly connected to the staff. They were connected to the operational zones, where operational zones were then connected to the staff. Correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
Did this continue to be the case into the late summer, into August of 1998? Let me rephrase to be more specific. This issue of local staffs not coordinating with each other, did that continue to be a problem throughout the summer of 1998?
Po në disa vende po, kemi.
In some places, yes, we had problems, including in June, July, August. But then, in August, we started the restructuring of the brigades, and we had less of this type of problems. I can't recall now exactly in which territories, but less. In June and July, though, we had many such problems.
And quickly, just touching on the Prizren zone before lunch, you say at part 2 of your SPO interview, you were asked, where was the Prizren local staff based? And you said, when I first arrived, there wasn't a staff as such. There were various groups. These groups all joined up together, and the local staff was then, for the area of Vrini, was situated in Yashkov.
Vrini.
Is that still your testimony?
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. President, I note the time, so.
This witness, we will take a lunch break now, and we will reconvene at 2:30. Remember not to speak to anyone about your testimony outside of this courtroom. That's all for now. Thank you. You may go with the court usher. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. I have an oral order on the matter of the Salimi defense motion for the exclusion of evidence of W04445, which is document F02414. The Salimi defense seeks to exclude evidence regarding what it says is new information disclosed by the SPO, or disclosed to the SPO by W04445 during his preparation session, which includes an assertion by the witness that Mr. Salimi was present at a particular location while the witness was detained there. The defense seeks exclusion of this evidence on the basis that it goes beyond the scope of the allegations alleged in the indictment and pretrial brief, that it is irrelevant to the charges, and that the late notice of this new allegation renders it inadmissible and prejudicial to Mr. Salimi. The SPO submits that the panel should dismiss the Salimi defense motion because the disclosure does not include new material facts, and in light of the defense's opportunity to cross-examine W04445, the probative value of the evidence is not outweighed by its prejudicial effect. The panel rules as follows. The panel agrees with the Salimi defense that the incident recounted in W04445's preparation session constitutes new information not already in the possession of the defense. The panel also accepts that the presence of Mr. Salimi at the location specified by the witness is not expressly charged in the indictment, does not feature explicitly in the SPO pretrial brief, and did not feature in the earlier statements of W04555 disclosed to the defense. Nevertheless, the panel is satisfied that the evidence is relevant to facts and circumstances validly pleaded in the indictment, in particular to the pleaded state of mind of Mr. Salimi. The panel is also satisfied that although this information was disclosed late, it is very specific in nature and narrow in scope, The defense will have a full and fair opportunity to cross-examine the witness on it. The panel is therefore satisfied that the late provision of this information does not cause undue prejudice to the defense. The panel is therefore prepared to allow the SBO to lead this evidence. Should the Salimi defense need to conduct additional investigation in respect of this new information and consider that information generated by this investigation should have been put to W04445, it could seek to recall the witness at a later stage in these proceedings in relation to this particular issue. This concludes the panel's order. Madam Usher, you may bring the witness in.
Your Honour, just one brief scheduling matter. It doesn't stop the witness coming in, but just in light of that decision, we will require the full hour and a half and possibly a little bit longer for cross-examination tomorrow. And just to alert the prosecution, given the schedule for this witness, that may likely mean that that is the only witness that is due to be called tomorrow. I think at the moment there's an intention to call both. So just to put the prosecution and the panel on notice of that as soon as possible.
Understood. You cross-examine how you need to cross-examine.
Certainly, it's just in terms of the scheduling, Your Honour.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm sorry. We will continue now with the cross-examination right now by the Thaçi defense. Please give them your attention. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Zarabi.
Nidita.
Good afternoon.
Pick up where we left off at the break by just going through the zones, and these will be brief. In the lap zone, is it correct that Commander Remy was effectively already the commander of the zone by the time you first came into contact with him?
Poi ishte komandant.
Yes, he was the zone commander.
The zone commander?
Jo, nuk e di.
No, I don't.
Or is it your assessment that he came to be zone commander in a manner similar to how the Ducagene zone commander was selected? In other words, he had a local, the support of the local units of the KLA in the lap zone, and they supported him to be the commander of the zone?
Po nuk e di se që.
I don't know how things were before that, but from we could notice and observe, he did have authority in his zone over his units.
In Drenica, with respect to Suleiman Salimi, do you know how he came to be the commander of the Drenica zone?
Parafërsisht si edhe këtë zona tjera.
Similarly to the other zone commanders.
Local support of local KLA units that put him in the position of the authority in the zone?
Po.
Yes.
Time later in the summer where the general staff and you were issuing formal appointments. Do you recall that?
Nuk e mbaj mend.
It was in '98, yes, but I don't recall it being during summer or the exact time.
Why would you issue, can you explain, if you already found these people to be in command of the zones, why did you issue formal appointments of these people as the commanders?
Çka di unë për këtë që
From what I know, these appointments started in autumn with the reorganization of the staff and that of the KLA. I don't know if there were such appointments before that.
Let's start from what you do know. If you believe they were issued after the reorganization started, nevertheless, my question is, why issue formal reappointments or appointments of them to the zone if they're already the zone commanders?
nuk është shumë i qartë në ato.
I was very clear in my answer before. I don't know how it was, but when the staff started being organized and the KLA started being organized, these were issued. Because before there were sub-zones, then they became zones. There were no brigades, and then brigades were formed, commands were formed. And as a consequence, orders were needed for the appointment of commanders and other officers in the command.
If I could, then as we've already established, you said in the middle of July you became the director of the operational directorate. And if we could please put on the screen exhibit P0643. ET at page SPOE 00229213 in both the English and the Albanian. Now, you were shown this document.
Mr. Misic, I'm very sorry for interrupting you, but I think there's a mistake on page 86 of the provisional transfer or real-time transcript, where your question is recorded as, is it correct that Commander Drini was effectively already the commander in the zone, the LAP zone, and probably you meant Commander Remy.
Yes, I don't know if I misspoke, but probably it is that I misspoke, yeah. And I'll accept the blame.
The witness confirmed that it was...
It was Remy is who I meant. I'm sorry if I said Drini. Yeah. Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, you were shown this document by the prosecutor in direct examination, and I'd just like to go through it with you. It purports to be the minutes of the KLA meeting of 29 July, and then it goes on and it starts reporting about the 23rd of July. So in the 23rd of July, under the 23rd of July, it says, Bislam Zarapi comes to the headquarters and assumes the position of chairman of the operational directorate. The Rahovets case was discussed. Now, if we can stop there, do you recall that it was the 23rd of July when you assumed the position of chairman of the operational directorate?
Jo, nuk ka qenë 20.
No, it was not on the 23rd of July. It was before that.
Would this be, in your view, then a mistake in the notes of this discussion?
Po, shka po shoh këtu.
Yes, from what I can read here, when it's reporting about me, Bislam Zarapi comes to the headquarters and assumes the position of chairman of the operational directorate. The Rahovets case was discussed. It does not say that I was appointed on this day.
I'm asking is it true that you assumed the position on the 23rd of July?
Jo, thashë.
No, I said earlier, this happened before that.
If we scroll up for a second in the Albanian, and it is the line where you see the name Javed Haziri. I believe there's a translation error in the English, and I'd ask you to read out that sentence if you could, please, for us.
Spari nuk njoh kush është Javed Haziri.
First of all, I don't know Javed Haziri.
Above where it says Javed Haziri,
Mbi Javed Haziri po në këtë mbledh
In this meeting, or selected or appointed, or it's not legible, it's incomprehensible. And the part above is our minutes from a previous meeting on the day before.
to see if it looks to you, if I suggest to you that it says Javed Haziri was assigned as chief of the general staff at this meeting. Could it say that in Albanian?
Çashtu po shkruan.
That's what it reads.
Do you know who Javed Haziri is?
Jo.
No. I've not heard his name and I don't know him.
Now, this appointment to be the director of the operational directorate, you said to the SPO in part 2 at page 9 that you received the appointment from Sokol Bashota. Is that correct?
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
It was only after you received this appointment that you learned that Azam Sula was the overall commander of the KLA? Is that correct?
Po, sakt.
Correct.
At page 11. Now, you say to the SPO in part 2 at page 11 that the general commander of the KLA would approve any of your proposals and make appointments. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Was it, as far as your experience, was it the practice that you would make the proposals for, let's say, appointments, and the general commander would approve it?
Simbas rregullave,
According to the rules, yes, the proposals were made. From the military perspective, the general staff level, there is also the personnel directorate who possesses the data of the officers proposed for commanding positions. The chief of staff's opinion is required naturally because he's dealing with these matters and he has knowledge about the officers in question. But this went through mostly through the officers' commission, and then the general commander would issue the order to appoint senior officers in their positions.
About your relationship specifically to Azam Sula. Do you recall a time where you made a suggestion for an appointment of an officer and Azam Sula rejected it?
shka mbaj men jo.
As far as I can remember, no, never.
Your criteria for who would you select? What was your criteria for choosing people to, or suggesting people for certain positions in the KLA?
Personalisht,
I personally considered the military aspects, knowledge, education, and skills, capabilities, and authority.
Affiliation as a criteria. You have to answer audibly.
Ja.
No, never.
If someone was a member of the LDK, would you reject them as a possibility for a position in the KLA?
Ja.
No.
Of an appointment that was made by Azam Sula that you opposed?
Ja.
No, I'm not aware of.
Witness, turning to Rahovets, you have testified that you received information that you were to leave Dukajin, where you were staying, and head to Rahovets in July 1998, correct?
Exakt.
Correct.
The reason for this move was due to recent attacks that the KLA had undertaken in Rahovets, correct?
Po exakt.
Correct.
Document on the screen. The document says, in the middle of the page in English, it says, in both places, when concerning Rahovets as well as illegible and upper, the instructions from the KLA General Staff were to not enter in an attack. The instructions of the General Staff were not considered, so after we entered, the General Staff was forced to take protective measures. Is that accurately describe what happened as far as you know?
Po.
Yes, that's correct. As it is described, when the Rahovets case occurred, we as General Staff did not give the green light, did not suggest for this to go forward with the attack, because it would have required more time and preparation, equipment, and units to conduct such an operation in civilian inhabited areas. In this case, the commander of this local unit carried out an action without asking us, entered the Rahovets, conducted the assault, which resulted in negative consequences for us.
What were the negative consequences?
Pasuje negatív edhe
Negative consequences in loss of personnel, territory, authority, and this event was then followed by numerous attacks throughout the territory of Kosovo. We were destabilized as the result of this, and it took quite a long time to reorganize, regroup, and come back to a military form of organization after the Rahovets attack.
On the Albanian civilian population.
shumë arsye se dhe pastaj
After these reverses, these losses, the civilian population was not satisfied with our action, and there were consequences, obviously.
When, after Rahovets, the offensive started, is that correct? The Serbian offensive.
unë veç shpjegova
I just explained, then the offensive started after this, including in other territories throughout the territory of Kosovo, so there were consequences.
You were asked by the SPO and shown a report purporting to be written by local staff at P01355.3, beginning at page 11. And you testified that you had never seen that report before it was shown to you by the SPO. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
And did you order the local staff to conduct any diversionary attacks on Serbian forces so as to distract them and protect the civilian population?
Jo.
No.
Do you know if anyone in the general staff ordered such diversionary tactics?
Sama kuin tuot muu opinaat ku asioni antartesta.
From what I remember, some of the staff members were close to me, others in other zones, but to my knowledge, they didn't.
Now, you've testified that Mr. Thaçi was there with you at one point, correct?
Po.
Correct.
SPO at part 2, page 33, that he left Drenica shortly thereafter, correct? Left to Drenica shortly thereafter, correct?
Po exakt.
Correct.
PO at part 2, page 34, that Hashim Thaçi personally helped by cutting off the main road that connected Rahovec with Malyshev by driving a bulldozer in the middle of the road so as to block the advancement of Serbian forces. Did you say that?
Po kam thënë.
Yes, I said that.
Hashim Thaçi have to drive a bulldozer?
Spik pare Hashim Thaçi nuk ka vëz.
First of all, Hashim Thaçi did not drive the bulldozers. There was a driver. He was close by. I found him there when I arrived in the Rahovec territory. The road was being blocked, and this was the appropriate decision to make in order to prevent motorized armored units to further progress into the territory. This was the reason, to disconnect the road Rahovec-Malyshev.
You say, or you were asked about your knowledge of allegations that Serbian civilians had allegedly been abducted, and you were asked this by the SPO at part 3, page 14. And your answer was that you were not aware of any civilians being abducted at the time of the Rahovec operation. Is that correct?
Po exakt.
Correct.
Heard about it from the media at the end of August of 1998. Is that correct?
Po.
Correct.
Learned this from a denial that had been issued by the KLA, which you heard about through the media, correct?
Po.
Correct.
Now, you were asked by the SPO whether an investigation had been conducted into the abduction of these Serbian civilians. And this is what you said, and I'm going to ask if this is still your testimony. This is what you said to the SPO at part 3, page 17, lines 10 to 17. I can't talk about others, but during this period of time, I personally couldn't carry out any investigation to find out the culprits. My position was such that I was engaged only on the operational side and the training. On the other hand, there are others, and they should have carried out investigations, but I do not know to what extent the members of the general staff could have been able to have undertaken any investigation. Is that correct?
Po, shumë e se.
Yes, correct.
And then at part 3, page 18, lines 13 to 19, you say, I'm talking about from my perspective, and when the KLA was being reorganized in November onwards, it has to be emphasized that the staff that was in place until then wasn't a professional staff, and they didn't have investigators and lawyers that could have potentially investigated this incident. Is that correct?
Po, po.
Yes, that's correct.
Developing that staff at the time, including myself, and also the units that were subordinate to the staff, training and preparing everyone, so they would know what their tasks would be, and to turn this into a proper army that would have a chain of command that would go from bottom down to, from top down to bottom up. I personally didn't have any time to deal with this issue or to investigate every incident that had happened earlier on. Is that correct?
Sakt.
That's correct.
Now, just some factual questions here. In August of 1998, did you have the ability to arrest, for example, a zone commander? And I'm not talking about theoretically, I'm talking about in real life.
Po. Jo.
No.
Military police unit at your disposal as the director of the operational directorate.
Jo.
No.
Arrested them. What could you have done with them once arrested? In other words, what kind of discipline could you impose on a zone commander or a brigade commander?
Për në folim për atë kohë.
We did not take any such measures at the time. We did not have the structures to take such measures. All we could do eventually was to replace the officer in question from the commanding position and remove him.
Did you have investigators available to you to investigate the facts?
Jo.
No.
Same questions, but with respect to Hashim Thaçi as the director of the media directorate. Did he have a military police unit available to him to arrest commanders in the field?
Jo.
No.
Hashim Thaçi, as director of the media directorate, have investigators at his disposal to investigate what happened in the field?
Jo.
No.
Did Hashim Thaçi, as director of the media directorate, have an ability to impose punishment on a commander in the field in his position as a member of the general staff responsible for media?
Jo.
No.
Was Hashim Thaçi, to your knowledge, in operational command of any units that participated in the Rahovets attack?
Jo.
No.
Now, you've told the SPO that matters of discipline fell solely at the zone level, and this is at part 4, page 14, lines 21 to 24, until the restructuring. Is that correct?
Përgjithësi
the commanders of the units of the zones had their responsibility for their forces within their zones, and even after the restructuring, this was the same system in place in terms of responsibilities. The staff, then the legal sector would deal with certain aspects or matters.
Okay. Staying right now with the period before the restructuring, if a zone commander imposed discipline, would he report that discipline to anyone?
Not to my knowledge at the time.
You were asked a question by the SPO at Part 4, page 18, of what would happen in cases where a soldier from one zone had committed an offense and then was from another zone, and how that kind of discipline would be handled. And you testified that that was a matter to be resolved between the two zone commanders to discuss it and resolve it. Is that correct? Before the restructuring?
Correct.
How did the offensives, Serbian offensives in July, August, and September affect, if they did at all, your ability in the general staff to discipline subordinates or conduct investigations?
In what sense? Could you clarify the question, please?
How did the offensives, if at all, impact the organization of the KLA?
Yes, I mentioned it before. At this time, during the offensives which started in July and continued on to September, October, many units suffered consequences, zones, brigades. Most of them were destabilized completely. So this required a reorganization afterwards in order to bring them back to a military organization. So there were severe consequences.
Is it fair to say that it was the ceasefire in October that opened up an opportunity to restructure the KLA?
Yes, absolutely. This gave us the opportunity to reorganize lower level units and the general staff.
Different topic which was discussed with you in direct examination, and that was the reinstatement of Ramush Haradinaj as the Dukajin Zone Commander in early September of 1998. So let me start with this. Were you aware in mid-August 1998 that there was a public dispute over who would represent the Kosovo-Albanian community in negotiations with the Serbian government? A dispute between Mr. Rugova on one side and the KLA General Staff on the other.
No, I was not aware of this.
Document and see if it refreshes your recollection. It's 1D00100, please. Page 2 in both languages. And while that's coming up, let me ask it a different way. Were you aware that Mr. Rugova had formed a negotiating team representing Kosovo Albanians that excluded the KLA as part of the negotiations in August of 1998?
I was not aware of this.
Here's what the article says. It says Rugova names negotiating team. It's the 13th of August. It says the new body represents, it says Ibrahim Rugova said in Pristina on 13 August that he has appointed a negotiating team for talks with Serbian authorities. The new body represents Rugova's Democratic League of Kosovo, the Christian Democrats, and the Social Democrats. Adem Demaci and Mehmet Hayrizi, who are close to the Kosovo Liberation Army, declined Rugova's invitation to join. The UÇK issued a statement to the Kosovar and Albanian media on 13 August, announcing its forces are making a tactical withdrawal in response to the Serbian offensive. The text also made clear that Rugova's team does not speak for the guerrillas. Instead, the UÇK's announcement said that the guerrillas have asked Adem Demaci to be their chief representative and to resign his other positions in Kosovo's political arena.
Interpreter's note, we could not see the latter part of the text. Thank you.
I apologize. If we could scroll down, please. In Albanian, yeah. I'll just read the text. It says, the last part of the text. It says, the UÇK text also made clear that Rugova's team does not speak for the guerrillas. Instead, the UÇK's announcement said that the guerrillas have asked Adem Demaci to be their chief representative and to resign his other positions in Kosovo's political arena. Do you have any knowledge of any of that?
No.
No.
And Demaci had been appointed in August of 1998 by the General Staff to be its representative?
Adem Demaci Prosecutor.
Adem Demaci was assigned before that, in July, August, in his functions as a political representative of the KLA.
The reason I ask is because after this, on the 17th of August, this happens in the Dukagene zone, and if we could please have P00487 ET.8 in both English and Albanian. Were you aware that subordinate units of the KLA for the operative units of Lugu and Baranit, it should be page 2761 in the Albanian, please. To 761, so another 120 pages. Yes, this is a communique issued by the KLA Lugu I Baranit operative units. Do you recall an issue arising of these units in the Dukagene zone issuing a release in support of Mr. Demaci, Mr. Rugova, and saying that they would not allow individuals such as Demaci, Chosia, Hayrizi, and their failed satellites to play with the people, nor are they allowed to lead the KLA operative units in Lugu I Baranit, and that this was prepared by Nazif Ramabaya, who signs the document. Did you know Nazif Ramabaya at the time?
Po.
Yes, I did.
That Nazif Ramabaya did this on August 17th?
Jo.
No. I knew he had problems also with Tahir Zemai, but this communique, no, I do not know. It's the first I see it.
Exhibit P00914, please. And this is an announcement that Nazif Ramabaya sent to local units of the KLA and the Ducagene zone, inviting them to a meeting on the 20th of August, where they would be invited to discuss the reorganization of the operational units and territorial defense, the professional or unprofessional cadre, your opinion, and support of the institutional line. Were you aware that such a meeting had been called by Nazif Ramabaya, and this is the meeting where Tahir Zemai wound up replacing Ramush Haradinaj?
No, tako kazali.
Back then he replaced him, that is Tahir Zemai Ramush.
Pa kur të marrë me këqyrë me këto,
Well, when one looks at this, and back then, not all local units were under the command of the KLA.
nga
So they were also influenced by other aspects, and one can see it in these documents, but also the action that was undertaken by Tahir Zemai in August, Tahir Zemai et al.
And we're going to get into that now. Tahir Zemai replaces Ramush Haradinaj as commander of the Ducagene zone in late August 1998, correct?
po.
Yes.
Attended in the Ducagene zone to address the issue of Tahir Zemai having taken over for Ramush Haradinaj as commander.
Këtë njëherë kemë marrë takim.
Once, there was a meeting once.
On September,
Po.
yeah, September.
Yes.
You weren't at any meetings in the Ducagene zone in late August to discuss Tahir Zemai taking over?
Thashe po, e mikon.
As I said, yes, I was, and there was just one meeting which was convened for the replacement of Ramush Haradinaj. So this meeting was convened, we went to Ducagene and discussed the matter.
Shumëta.
There haven't been multiple meetings.
As part of the delegation of the General Staff that went to that meeting, it was you, Hashim Thaçi, Recep Salimi, and Lahi Brahimaj, correct?
Po.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
There for the purpose of reappointing or reinstituting Ramush Haradinaj to be the commander in the Ducagene zone?
Ne shkojmë atje së pari të
We went there, first of all, to see what was happening, what had happened, how they had got to that, and then for the zone commander to be reinstated to his position, because we had no information whatsoever about such changes. As was said back then about an agreement of this sort for Tahir Zemai to become commander, to take over in the zone. So we, the staff, did not have that information. And neither was there a permission by the general commander that this change takes place. So we were there and we discussed the matter. And Ramos Haradina was reinstated as zone commander, and we proposed that Tahir Zemai should be deputy commander. He did not accept this position, and he returned to his position as brigade commander instead.
Was there any issue that you can recall about a picture of Ibrahim Rugova hanging in Tahir Zemai's office?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I cannot remember that.
You've stated that during that meeting, Tahir Zemai told you that he had been appointed as zone commander based on a decision of the government in exile, and that's at part 3 of your SPO interview at page 23. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes, it is.
And he even claimed that there was an agreement between the government in exile and political representatives of the KLA. That's what you told the SPO, correct?
Ashtu është.
Yes, it is.
And you responded by saying these alleged political representatives of the KLA were not members of the general staff that you worked with, correct?
Unë e kam përgjigjet.
I responded back then that we did not know who were the representatives that had come to this agreement, and we, from the General Commander, have no information, no orders either that these changes take place.
The general staff who were present at the meeting indicate to you that they knew anything about an agreement with between KLA political representatives and the government in exile?
Unë çka di edhe gjatë.
What I know also going there, but as we were there as well, I do not know that there was such an agreement.
Yes, I just want to know, did Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Salimi or Mr. Brahimai indicate to you that they were aware of any agreement between alleged KLA political representatives and the government in exile?
Jo.
No. I cannot remember, no.
Do you remember where the meeting took place?
Takimin e kemi marrë në
The
shkollë.
meeting took place at a school in a village, I think Bardanej it was called, if I'm not wrong, that is.
I want to show you the Zeri interview from 1999 that's been discussed with you by the prosecutor, and show you what you said in 1999 about this incident and see if you still accept that. It's 1D00102 in both English and Albanian. And it should be at page U002-2986. And it's the question that starts, where did you meet and what did you speak about with Tahir Zema? And your response is, we held the meeting in a school in the village of Bardanic, where the brigade was also stationed. At the meeting, we drew Tahir's attention to the fact that in an army, there is no voting by villages or members of the public. If we stop right there. So you were aware at the time, in 1999, that what had happened was the villages had voted for Tahir Zema to replace Ramush Haradinaj. Is that correct?
Paul?
Yes.
And that appointments are made top-down. I told Tahir that he knew how appointments are to be made in the Army in accordance with the rules of service. So we told him that a commander could only be appointed by the main staff. Then we gathered the villages together, including the villages concerned, and after a long meeting, we persuaded them that they had no right to vote for and appoint a military leader. We stopped there. You use the word persuading rather than ordering. Can you explain, and that's an important word, can you explain why you said you persuaded them and not that you ordered them?
Paul,
Yes, we persuaded them, and I remember it quite well then that I spoke to these local staffs of the villages and we discussed this matter, how an officer is appointed and how he is placed in commanding positions. And then the persuasion took place that local staffs could no longer decide by way of vote, but instead from a military point of view, and that is that the staff decides and appoints the senior officers, commanders. And that's the way how it had to be done, and they agreed, and the change took place at that time.
To say that you still needed the consent of the villages to put Ramush Haradinaj back in command?
When it was explained to them, not only did they give their consent, but they realized that appointments could no longer be done the way they were done perhaps in the past, because it was not a political party, it's an army. We were forming an army in which there would be rules and discipline. And that was the reason why we went there and explained these, and of course they agreed that Ramos should be reinstated. They knew him, and he did carry authority back then as well.
With the villages, we returned to the meeting in Bardanic. Then I read out the statement of the main staff that the commander of the Dukajin operation zone was Ramush Haradinaj, as appointed by the senior military leadership, and that Tahir Zema could be Ramush's deputy. Tahir Zema did not accept the posting. He had a satellite telephone close by and called Ahmet Krasniqi, informing him of everything that had happened. Then Hashim Thaçi and I spoke with Ahmet Krasniqi on the telephone. I said to Ahmet, "How can you have voting for a commander when there is a main staff in Kosovo?" Ahmet replied, if we turn the page in Albanian, "You guys take care of your own business and don't interfere with my officers." I then said to him, "Sir, these are KLA officers," and he replied, "No, they're my officers, and you have no business interfering." Does that refresh your recollection of the conversation that you had on the phone with Ahmet Krasniqi?
Yes, it does, fully.
Was that the government in exile's Ministry of Defense was claiming or trying to take over command of the Dukajin zone through Tahir Zema. Is that correct?
Yes, it's precisely that. So even if they did have an agreement, and they wanted to do what they did, but actually it went this way, in fact.
I don't take a break. Is this convenient at this point?
I'll pick up with the document after the break.
All
then.
right.
Thank you.
We'll give you a 10-minute break, witness. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in.
I had one housekeeping matter.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
To correct. We were advised by the court officer concerning an issue with the English translation of an exhibit that was admitted as 1D00165. And there were apparently two translations. The one that was admitted was the ICTY translation, and there's since been a revised translation by this court, and we would like to move that translation into evidence. So we would like to keep P00141-ET as the translation instead of P00141.E.
There's no objection shown. P00141ET will be the exhibit then.
That translation will now receive exhibit number 1D00165_ET and will replace the previously admitted one. The classification for this one is confidential, while the previous one was reclassified to public.
I think it should be public.
It is therefore reclassified as public.
Thank you.
Matt, now you can bring the witness in, Madam Usher. Losing my voice again. Whoever has the mobile home could please turn it off. We heard it beep up here.
It may have been the security guard's radio. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mr. Mistich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, let's pick up in the document on the screen and continue with what you said in 1999 to Zeri. In the second line, it says, we went back to the meeting. This is after your conversation with Ahmed Krasniqi on the phone. You say, we went back to the meeting and said that he, meaning Tahir Zemai, should stay as deputy commander of the zone. He said he would not accept these assignments and would remain commander of the 131 Brigade based in Paprachan. We then decided that he would remain commander of this brigade, but on condition that he was not to enter into any kind of civilian affairs as he had done before. If we stop there for a second. Now, that line there that you told him he was not to enter into any kind of civilian affairs, do you recall specifically what he had done in the realm of civilian affairs before?
Po pas kësaj na kur jemi larguar nga
When we left the meeting, shortly after, he took his unit with him and left the territory of Kosovo and left the front lines and the civilians defenseless.
Yes, maybe I didn't ask the question properly. My question is that sentence, you say that you told Tahir Zemai at this meeting that he was not to enter into any kind of civilian affairs as he had done before. So my question was, what did Tahir Zemai do before the meeting that you considered to be in the realm of civilian affairs?
Po çështja është
The issue when we mention civilian matters is referring to local staffs, village councils. This was the matter discussed, and this is why this was used.
Could it be that it was related to the issue of the dispute over who would represent the KLA and Tahir Zemai's involvement in issuing political communiques from the zone? I'm asking you, I guess I should ask you, do you have any reason to dispute if I were to suggest to you that it was related to Tahir Zemai and Nazif Ramabaya issuing political communiques from the zone?
simbas asaj komunikate që I pash ato po
Based on what I saw, the communique, yes, it seems it is political.
You say here, you say, after that, as you know, the offensive started, and Tahir withdrew all the troops, abandoned the front line, and handed over a large arsenal of weaponry. This action during the offensive last year showed who had what goals and who was committed to fighting for the freedom of Kosovo. Now, I'm asking, first question, who did Tahir Zemai hand over a large arsenal of weapons to?
Këtë arsenal
He left the weapons arsenal in the villages, and then when the Serbian forces entered these villages, seized the entire arsenal. So it fell in the hands of the Serbian army.
Belief as to why Tahir Zemai abandoned the front line and withdrew the troops.
kuptimi im I plot ka qenë në aspektet
From the military perspective or any perspective, he was not happy to be where he was. He didn't achieve his goals and he left the territory of Kosovo. But in brief, I will say that those who are willing to fight, have the desire to fight, they don't consider political aspects or any other aspects. Military officers like myself and others are there to support the population despite the negative or positive aspects. He should have remained close to the civilians, and certainly that after a time, after having gained also the trust of the civilians and the military personnel, he would have achieved his set goals.
He didn't achieve his goals, and you're referring to his goals. What do you think his goals were?
qëllimi I ka qenë shumë qartë.
His goal was very clear, to become zone commander, to lead the zone, to take it under his control. This was his goal.
Was part of that goal of becoming zone commander then to also put the zone under the command of the Ministry of Defense of the government in exile?
I'm referring to what he was aiming at. Most probably what you're saying was part of it, but I'm not in a position to confirm that. But his goal, his aim was to become zone commander.
Tahir Zemai, in your SPO interview at part 3, page 32, lines 17 to 21, you say, I asked Tahir Zemai if he wanted, he could join me in the operational department, himself and a couple of other officers, so we could complete the operational department and then develop the army further, but he didn't accept this offer. Is that correct?
Correct. This was before this event. When I went there on the first occasion, I discussed with him and other officers, but he declined to join.
You went to the LAP zone in August of 1998, and did you meet with Commander Remy on that trip?
Yes.
And was Mr. Thaçi with you on that trip?
Yes, we were together in that trip. Myself, Mr. Thaçi, and Mr. Recep Selimi.
Did you confirm Commander Remy as the commander of the LAP zone on that trip?
From what I can remember, we went there for a reason. We wanted to go through this territory and then to Pristina because we had information that Agim Çela was recovering from having been wounded. When we reached the zone, I and the deputy commander visited the front lines and the units, whereas Hashim Thaçi and Recep Selimi entered Pristina to look for Agim Çela. They found out he was not there. Upon their return from Pristina, we continued our trip. It was becoming dark, which allowed us to move to the zone of Drenica. So we returned from the LAP zone. I am not aware, I did not see any such confirmation you mentioned, and at least I did not take any such steps.
Did you discuss command structure with Commander Remy or with Kadri Castrati?
Yes, I discussed personally with Kadri Castrati.
That Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Selimi, you say you stopped in the LAP zone at the command and they continued on into Pristina looking for Agim Çela?
Yes.
And injured?
Yes, this is what we heard, that he had been injured and he was recovering. He was being treated there.
Correct that when they got to Pristina, what you learned later was it wasn't Agim Çela, but they found another person in Pristina. Correct?
Correct.
Now, in September, you told the trial chamber in the Georgievich case, and this is at P01356, transcript page 6178, that you were in Albania trying to recruit more former JNA officers into the KLA. Is that correct?
Yes. I went not only to Albania, but in other Western countries, to meet with former military officers to propose them to join the KLA.
And did you do that on your own initiative, or was that something that had been discussed among the members of the general staff, that you should go try to recruit more JNA officers?
Po, kemi diskutuar bashkë.
We discussed together, and it was obvious that we needed to recruit more officers to reorganize and further strengthen the Kosovo Liberation Army.
In the general staff, did you have such discussions?
Zakonisht kemi bërë gjatë.
Usually we did this in the framework of our work with Mr. Recep Selimi, Hashim Thaçi, and other members of the staff.
While you were, well, let me ask this question. Were you ever in Kosovo in October of 1998?
Jo.
No.
When did you, after you left in September, when was the first time that you re-entered Kosovo?
Në Ndorë bashkë.
In November, when we returned to Kosovo together, myself and Kadri Veseli. It was November.
Now, while I'm in October, you were asked some questions by the SPO about the arrest of Sen Descu and Jakub Kastrati. Do you recall being asked questions about that?
Po.
Yes.
You say, you told the SPO that the order to arrest them came from the commander or deputy commander of the general staff. My question is, they were arrested at the end of October. If you weren't in Kosovo, how do you know the circumstances around which, or in which they were arrested?
Po, unë nuk kam qenë.
I was not there in October, that's correct, but I received this information upon my return in November.
Well, you told the SPO that when the issue was when you brought up the issue of Descu and Kastrati at a meeting of the general staff, no one tried to explain or justify it. That's what you said at P01355, Part 3, page 38, lines 1 to 9. Does that refresh your recollection that when you asked a question about it, no one tried to explain it or justify it?
I don't know, I don't recall, but I know I have discussed this several times. I was not given any specific or particular justification.
At Part 3, page 39, lines 4 to 9 of your SPO interview, that no one explained to you the reason they were detained. And my question to you is, could it be that no one tried to explain or justify it because no one on the level of the general staff was involved?
Me siguri po.
Most probably, yes.
You're not aware of whether it could have been a local issue involving KLA units on the ground or not, because you weren't there. Correct?
Jo.
Correct, I don't know.
At the same time, is it correct that you're in Albania negotiating with the government in exile about unification of the KLA and FARC?
Po.
Yes.
Agreement was concluded on the 2nd of November, 1998. so several days after Mr. Descu and Mr. Castrati had been detained. Did the issue of their detention come up in your conversations with the government in exile that you can recall?
Not as far as I can remember.
Members of the government in exile, as far as you can recall, were they members of the LDK?
I don't know if they were. Yes, some of them were.
Do you recall specifically who from the government in exile or with whom you were negotiating to unify the KLA and FARC?
Yes, my first meeting outside Albania in Turkey, I was with Mr. Kadri Veseli representing the General Staff, and Buyar Bukoshi, Isa Mustafa, Halil Bitsa, Kadri Baylay were representing the government in exile.
And you told the SPO that what you were hoping for in these meetings was to get more former officers and professional staff joining the KLA. Is that correct? And that's at transcript page, or part 14, page 35.
Correct.
Did you have the support of the general commander for these negotiations?
Yes. The General Commander sent us.
Do you recall whether he was present in any of these meetings?
As I mentioned, not in the first meeting held in Istanbul. I don't remember on the second meeting. I know Javid Khalidi attended in his capacity as political representative, member of the staff. Kadri Veseli, myself, perhaps somebody else was there, but we were there, the persons I mentioned.
Officer, if I could have, please, on the screen, DHT 03873 to DHT 03877, which is the English version of the FARC-KLA agreement. And in Albanian, it is 061167 to 061171. Can we scroll down in the Albanian, please? Next page, please. Yes, here we go. Mr. Zarapi, do you recognize the document on the left side of the screen?
Yes.
We can scroll down. Is this the document that you signed on behalf of the KLA to unify FARC and the KLA?
Yes.
Election is the date on the document, 2 November 1998. Accurate?
Yes, it is.
And it calls for the unification of the two, correct? FARC and the KLA?
Correct.
And it says, in order for it to become final, the present decision also requires the approval of the subsequent meeting to be held between Adem Demaci, Buyar Bukoshi, the KLA representative, and Halil Bitsai. Now, why in these negotiations was the approval of Adem Demaci required?
Përveç se kjo që e pam natë,
In addition of this being a military agreement, there would be need for another political agreement. So here we have Adem Demaci as a political representative, and the KLA political representative in Albania. So in addition to this, the political aspects were needed to be approved for it to be final. And to reach a political agreement for the other side to sign the same agreement, which, based on our negotiations in Istanbul, this would be signed under the auspices of the Albanian government, which would be the guarantor for the implementation of this agreement.
Who or which side stipulated that Adem Demaci's approval was needed for the political agreement?
nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall.
Page, please. Witness, there was an annex to the agreement, and one more page, I'm sorry. And it has a proposed structure of the general staff, correct?
Po.
Correct.
Agim Ceku, according to the agreement, was supposed to take the place of Azem Sula as the general commander, correct?
Po, shumë saktë.
Yes, that's correct.
Explain, or as you explain in your SPO interview, part 14, page 39, actually, let me just ask you. First of all, why was Agim Ceku chosen to be the overall commander?
U zgjodh në bisedë.
He was chosen in the conversation we had during the agreement. It was agreed that the general commander of the KLA should be a professional, impartial, who was not siding with the government in exile or the KLA, but a neutral professional who has experience and who would be chosen as a consensual general commander.
As we know, Agim Ceku did not become the commander of the KLA until April. And so can you explain why it took 5 months?
Nuk e di për ashtë.
I don't know the reason why. I know that at the time he was still active in the Croatian army, and he needed to carry out some actions or steps to demobilize. However, eventually he entered Kosovo and took up his duties in April '99.
That initially, pursuant to this agreement, Hashim Thaçi was also planned to join the government in exile, and he's listed here as J1. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
As to what the concept was, what Mr. Thaçi was supposed to do in the government in exile?
Ne atë bisedë kur kemi
In our conversation in Istanbul, part of the conversation was the idea to have some members of the general staff joining the government in exile in different positions. I do not recall now exactly what position. And not only Hashim Thaçi, but some other members as well, such as the Minister of Defense or Minister of Finances, to my recollection. So this was part of the discussions.
Correct that your evidence is that the agreement was that the FARC joins the military under the KLA, and then the KLA appoints its own political representatives into the government in exile, and it's sort of a joining of not only the military but also political aspects of both organizations.
Yes, that's correct.
And you say, but some of the positions here in the annex were later changed due to developments on the ground, and more specifically because negotiations had started with the internationals, and that's also at part 14, page 38 of your SPO interview. Correct?
Esatto.
Correct.
You told the SPO that as a result of the negotiations starting, a political directorate needed to be founded in the general staff. Is that correct?
Esatto.
That's correct.
Hashim Thaçi was then appointed to be leading the KLA political directorate, correct?
Esatto.
That's correct.
Mr. President, I want to tender the document on the screen, and there is one version already in evidence. It's a prosecution exhibit. P652ET, but that version does not contain the annex. And so either we can replace P652 with the one with the annex, which is fine with me, or if the SPO wants to keep its version, then I would ask that this be admitted as a defense exhibit.
P6352 does not seem to be a proper number.
Again, I take full responsibility. P652.
P652, okay.
Yeah.
Any objection to joining the two, adding the annex onto the document itself, the original?
My understanding
document.
My understanding is that P652 is only one page of the document. We've no objection to this being admitted, and if there are any translation issues, we'll raise them inter partes afterwards.
That's fine.
Yes.
So,
may I add, this is obviously an important document, and there is some uncertainty as to why we have two versions, one with and one without. And so in those circumstances, I would respectfully request that they be admitted separately rather than, so to speak, adding or substituting.
we were intending to admit them separately.
I'm grateful.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure I have the ERN right. It's DHT 03873. Is that the correct one?
Yes.
To DHT 03877 in the English.
Yes.
And 061167 to 061171 in the Albanian.
That's correct.
All right. That is admitted. And I take it this can be a public document.
As far as we're concerned, yes.
Any objection? It's reclassified as public. Please assign a new exhibit number to it.
Your Honor, Albanian version and its English translation will be assigned exhibit number 1D00166, and they will both be reclassified as public. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, as part of the restructuring, witness, I want to take a minute to discuss your title, because we've used two different terms for you in this trial, and I want you to tell us which term is correct. Now, in the military, there's something called the Chief of Staff, and there's something called the Chief of the General Staff. And is it correct that your title was Chief of the General Staff and not Chief of Staff?
Me këtë formacion,
In this formation, I was Chief of Staff, of the General Staff. If we consider the context of today, the Chief of Staff is the Chief of Defense. We had the Commander, the Deputy, and the Chief of Staff at the time.
Some documents that were shown to you by the prosecutor. If we could please put on the screen P00624. This is an ordinance or order that you issued on the 4th of January, 1999, and if we could scroll down to the signature block, please.
Po.
Yes.
Yes.
KLA General Staff. What does it say in Albanian?
Shefi I shtabit.
Chief of the General Staff of the KLA.
Chief of the General Staff, would you agree with me, is a command position? Correct?
Noshten kur nuk ka komandant.
It is when there is no general or overall commander. But since it had a commander, in this context, the Chief of Staff would be in the third position in terms of command.
How you signed the document there, under that heading, I can just put to you without having to put all the documents on the screen. There's P631, P630, P628. You signed them all as Chief of the General Staff, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Milutinovich trial, P01356, page 5958, lines 3 to 4. You said, you told the trial chamber there it was your responsibility to order combat operations. Do you recall testifying to that?
Përgjithësia e shefit shtabit.
The responsibility of the Chief of Staff is to prepare all the operations on a strategic level in all the territory of Kosovo. At a certain moments, he can order the movement of troops, but with the approval of the commander, the general commander.
You say in the Milutinovich trial, the function of the Chief of Staff was to manage and lead the General Staff and the directorates within the General Staff, correct?
Po.
Yes, it is the duty of the Chief of Staff to work with the directorates at the General Staff, to administrate them, prepare them, give tasks, and to facilitate the work of these directorates at the General Staff.
If we could please call up Exhibit P01356 at page 5945 in both the English and Albanian. In English, it's lines 16 to 19. In Albanian, lines 12 to 14.
Counsel, please indicate which part.
Yes, I apologize. Actually, I don't have a part. It's an ICTY transcript. P01356, IT 0587.1, P00428. It's in Albanian lines 12 to 14 and in English 16 to 19. And this is now a question that was asked for you in that trial, asked of you, about the document, the interim rules on the organization of internal life. And your testimony there was a preliminary document which was prepared at the end of 1998. This document regulated the organization of the internal life. In order to prepare this document, we looked at the rules of the Western armies. Now, on Monday, at transcript page 17405, you told the prosecutor that you were aware that these rules existed before November of 1998. Here you say that this preliminary document was prepared at the end of 1998. And would it be fair to say that your recollection in the Milutinovic trial was better than your recollection today as to when those rules, the preliminary rules, were prepared?
Jag sparkar där till.
No, not at all. Then and now, it only depends on which rules the question was asked about and for which period of time.
Preliminary rules on internal life. You said you prepared this document, which I assume must have happened after you became Chief of the General Staff, so in November or later, and you say that we looked at the rules of the Western armies. So those preliminary rules, your testimony was that they were prepared at the end of 1998, presumably after you became Chief of Staff, correct?
Sagt hon på ett.
Correct. I pointed out when I was Chief of Staff and when we worked on the reorganization and on the internal regulations.
That you never saw any other disciplinary regulations before the preliminary regulations that you prepared, correct?
Objection. I don't believe that's the witness's evidence, so I'd prefer if he actually, if counsel could use the transcript on this point.
I think it's a fair.
Overruled. You can answer the question if you can.
Is it correct that you never saw any other disciplinary regulations of the KLA? I'm sorry, any rules on the internal life of the KLA?
First of all, counsel, you asked me about the internal rules. There is difference between internal rules and disciplinary rules. These are two different documents. As for the discipline one, I know that there was something, I don't know what exactly, but we were talking about the internal rules.